Hi.
So, more theoretical traveler conversations going on, as is the the never-ending discussion with this game. Uh,
Yeah.
and I thought Call of Cthulhu was crazy because that game has so many skills, but like that's that feels light. That feels like light work compared to this game because that's just like, oh yeah, these are a lot of skills, but even that is still real pretty basic. That's just
Yeah.
all D100. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, let's see. Uh, okay. As sometimes happens, sometimes I don't think that often. You guys will have to let me know. Sometimes, somewhat, fairly occasionally, um, there is not necessarily some retconning that I need to do, but some clarifications that I need to do regarding stuff that happened, information that was dropped at the very end of last session when you guys met with the mission faction, the scientists at the on the ship. So do we want to roll 2d6s, have someone recap, and then when we get to that, I can kind of take over and uh, well, okay, actually, why don't we'll do roll 2d6s, recap, and then when it gets to that part, you guys can say what you remember, and then I'll
Correct it.
yeah, I'll wipe your memories and
You'll neuralize us.
yeah, exactly. I'll put my sunglasses on and flash you. Yeah.
27.
I got an 8. Woohoo!
I have an 11.
I got an 8.
Nice.
Oh,
All right,
good thing a
7
note
is.
taker is recapping. All right.
Wait, didn't a hit get an 8 too? Does that mean we have to roll these?
Got a
Doom got a 7.
Doom got 7.
I mean, y'all are
I mean,
welcome to roll
we could
off
roll off if you
those
want.
on technicality, but
Nah,
Fine.
nah, Doom it is. Yeah, unless you want to. Yeah.
okay. So we start our journey to the ship. Uh, we I mean we don't really do anything like special on our way there. Wyatt has a paper journal, and he seems to have he seems to manually calculate parsec chords, and he told us that there is likely a imperial fuel cache in that area, or there was one at least. And so we're like, great, we'll fuel up there. We drive out to the location, and the fuel drop was exploded, as far as what I remember. And we are like, well, that's pretty useless now. We stop there and we do scans for I think about like 4 days, just to locate anything, like whether it be the ship or any the ship or fuel. Uh, we eventually pick up on the Endeavor. Uh, we roll up to the ship and we see that it was clearly in some kind of battle. There's missile impacts, the fuel reserves are exploded, a bunch of parts of the ship are like wrecked. But we do note that there's signs of life and there are still some lights on. In total, we scanned 71 life forms on the ship. Uh, a bunch of various numbers depending on the certain compartments. 71 is the important, or 77 is the important number. We board the ship and we open up with pretty much like ransacked rooms, but notably we find this weird fungal humanoid thing that kind of just shuffles around. We stun it, start investigating it. We figure out it's a fungus from that, and it was growing off of a person. We just put it down because we're like, well, we don't want this thing getting us. We continue to go forward, and we find a survivor, Terrence Zendali. Um, he gives us some basic information on the fungus, and he informs us that there's other people and there's a science group that was working on a cure. Um, Instead of going through the ship, we do a spacewalk around the ship to get to the science module. We reach the module. There's a makeshift airlock. There's a few scientists with pistols. Um, they know about the fungal infection. They kind of give us a one over and scan us. And I have brought in from a scout ship, but I genuinely have no idea what that's in reference to.
The original infection was brought aboard the ship on a scout from a scout, one of their scouts they had sent out.
Got you. Um, I know there's some there's like information with the chat that I don't have written down. Because I've also just kind of what's the word? Simplified a lot of it. But they had mentioned other survivors. I think they had mentioned that there was. I I feel like they talked about the crops. Um, I can't exactly remember. And then they talked about the different tribes on the ship. I unfortunately don't have the specific tribes if they were mentioned. And that's my notes.
Right. Yeah. Do you remember what you talked about with the scientists?
Um, we had talked about signs of like how to know if someone is infected or how the infection spreads. Um, I don't really remember anything else we talked about.
Didn't we talk about the stuff's all through the vents and stuff too, right? Like it's growing in the
Yeah.
whole ship.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Throughout large
it's
parts of the ship, yeah.
there were 3, I think, 4 areas that it kind of grew from. The scientists needed a sample from one of those from one of those core things, and and they needed that to finish the antidote that they were working on, and that is like what we were getting ready to do when we ended. I do remember that.
Hmm.
Oh, and if punted into space, it just kind of goes into standby mode. It doesn't actually kill it.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
it just goes dormant. Yeah. So the like they currently have so okay so to kind of retcon slash clarify kind of what the status of their like current antidote cure thing that they have right now. Um, like Jarla, who was the head scientist that you were speaking to up here in the corner. I'll focus ping you. This lady, she they have a that were able to come up with relatively quickly, sort of. Relatively, I mean, after the ship was, functionally lost at that point. Um, has, like I said, no real word to call it because it's not a cure. It's not necessarily an antidote. It will not prevent. It will not fix cure an infection. So if someone is already infected, it will not stop. It will not prevent or stop them from or fix their infection. It can help someone from preventing becoming infected if they have been exposed, and it can slow the progression of infection. But if somebody has been infected, they can take the antidote as they call it, but More than likely, they're not more than likely. Well, I guess. Let's see. No, more than likely, because there's sometimes still a chance that you can kind of you can beat the infection, according to her. More than likely, they will still end up succumbing to their infection and becoming one of those things, those kind of shamblers, as they call them. Though, if you are exposed and you take the antidote, they're sort of controlled research, not controlled research, I guess uncontrolled research, as it is. Unsophisticated as it is, because it's not like, they don't have, it's not a, peer-reviewed study, and they don't have a, it's not in a lab sort of environment as they would like to be doing. It does seem that if you're exposed and you take the antidote, it does greatly increase your likelihood of not developing an actual infection, of just kind of beating off the exposure, preventing the infection from developing. That antidote they can develop from core clusters from shamblers. So when they are able to take down a shambler, the scientists can sort of extract some cell clusters or some cells from a shambler, use that to develop the antidote. It is sort of a painstaking process, so they're not able to develop it en masse. They can't develop a whole bunch of it, and communication between the various factions on the ship is so poor that it's like they haven't really gone out and just giving it out to other people on the ship, because that's just not how the society on the ship is currently functioning. Cells from a cluster, those things that they were talking about, might work better if they were able to obtain some, but kind of like we talked about last time, the mission personnel are unwilling to take that risk. It's just too dangerous. Then, if they were to have like a few kilograms, quite a lot of cells from a cluster, they could potentially create an agent. They believe they could potentially create an agent that would kill the spore clouds and basically render them inert and harmless, and be used to decontaminate entire areas of the ship. They would not necessarily immediately destroy shamblers, creepers, or clusters. Creepers, kind of what they refer to as the little tendrils that you've seen around. Those would still need to be kind of rooted out and destroyed. And then, kind of similarly, if you were actually able to get a large amount of cells from what they believe is the central cluster, the central sort of hub of this thing, that could be used to prevent an actual cure capable of reversing infections before it's kind of in that final stage. Although the only lab suitable for creating such a cure is currently in the aft science pod, which is partially exposed to vacuum, because one of those clusters, or one of those clusters was developed there, and the original crew had tried to destroy it and vented that section to space. So it would need to be cleared out and sort of re-pressurized. Any questions with those?
Yeah, one clarification on the infection.
Mhm.
So we know that it's airborne in the sense of their spores, but the main infection is through touch and skin exposure.
Yeah, so it's airborne in the sense that it's more um airborne, airborne via spores, so it's the inhalation of the spores, it's the contact from the spores. So skin's so it's still contact, basically. um
Yeah, just more the thing of if there's any breathable air, presumably it's full of spores and you just can't breathe it.
You'd She would say you would see the spores in the air. You would see these clouds.
Oh, okay, so they're dense.
Yeah, they're thick spore clouds. Yeah.
Okay. Um, the only clarification I would probably ask her is like, knowing if you're infected, you're probably going to die to this fungus. Is this something where
She says
if you get infected,
some people have, managed to,
fight it off?
yeah, fight off the infection. Yeah.
Okay. Um, I think I would ask as a just a in case situation. If say your hand, you touched it with your hand and you saw the infection taking on your hand, would you be able to cut off that appendage and remove the infection, or is it you're doomed? Is it worth? Or is it just
No,
there's no way to
it
tell?
would be in your system too quickly.
Gotcha. So it's a
Yeah.
bloodstream based.
Hmm. Yeah, Gino, do you want to give me a medicine check?
Yeah.
And she'll kind of, as she kind of, as 428 is kind of asking these questions, and she's kind of going over some of their research with you.
A 10.
And cool. With zero in or education?
That was with education. It'd be an
Okay.
11 with him.
Yeah, either one's fine. Let's see. 1 sec. Then I will give you this, which is what the well, will I?
Oh, he withholds the information.
Yeah, just trying to think about if I need to cut off one thing.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. So it's gonna she'll explain. You'll probably have a question. She'll explain if you do. Yes. One moment. This is what the infection process, how it functions. Starting at
Yeah.
the contact. This is basically the mechanical process behind it, as Gina would understand it from kind of their research and her explanation on sort of what you would be doing.
I see. So it's
Okay, so it says contact is every hour, but if you pass the check, exposure is avoided. So does that mean you have to roll forever and ever until you finally basically get it?
Every
Or is
every hour of contact. So if you're constantly in contact with something, yes. But like if you
gotcha,
yeah. So like if you're and so like if you're in contact, if you like are standing in the middle of like a spore cloud for like 3 hours, you're rolling every hour. Or if you're
gotcha.
standing in the middle of a spore cloud and then you leave and then you come back an hour later, you would roll again. But if you're standing in the middle of a spore cloud, you rolled, you're good, and then you came back in like 10 minutes later, you wouldn't roll again because you're still within that hour.
That
Your system's
that
sort of
makes
still
sense.
fighting it off. Yeah. Yeah. I believe. Double check that. But yeah, I think that's how I'd end up ruling it.
yeah, that cure really would help. You'd have to have a shit immune system.
You have to have an effect of 6+ to get out of being exposed.
Yeah, which for us low endurance folk, I guess I'm pretty middle, but for low endurance folk, that's pretty rough. But it can be pretty rough.
So, what is the controlled stage? How
That
is
was
that
the
different
question. Yeah, so that's kind of your question for her. She talks about there's a stage between those like Last of Us mushroom looking people, where uh the infected still look largely human or Varger or whatever have you, but are but no longer function like themselves anymore. They still have or seem to have some semblance of their original knowledge. They're still they still are able to. They seem to be able to use doors and use equipment and things like that, but they sort of lack that sort of like higher executive functioning, and are sort of working with a mindless purpose that is uh, like antagonistic to the well-being of their non-infected crew members,
Okay.
as if they're working for whatever this infection is.
But once they get to Shambler stage, they quit doing that and they just wander around.
Yes, although they sometimes do still manage to open doors, they sort of still sometimes have a somewhat reflexive nature to do certain things, to open doors, to do things like that. Sometimes they fail to do so, but every now and then, not even every now and then, or almost fairly regularly, especially the more rote something is, the more frequently shamblers are able to do that. Although that breaks down after a while, and the more those motor skills break down, the less likely she says you are to see one of those shamblers walking around. They seem to retreat back to one of these clusters at that point, as if they are returning to it to just sort of become part of it.
Hmm. And so there's no way the control could like talk to us and try to pass themselves off as normal, right? Because you said higher functions kind of go away.
Yeah, they don't speak, according to her. Yeah,
I do have a question as well.
yeah.
Uh, what is the timeline from infection to as far along of a shambler as you've seen? Unless you've seen a shambler literally go to the core, but has there been documented timeline for how long that takes?
Um, is there anything on that? I don't know if there's anything on that. From controlled to shambler, or from infection to shambler?
Infection to shambler, and I mean anything that they know of, but ideally from the actual infection stage to when they become a shambler.
Yeah, I mean anywhere from like it says 3 to what would that be 18 days?
Yep.
Oh, is it on the
Yeah, 3D days.
uh so- well, I guess also is also semi in character talking to her
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Damn, that's so there's really no way to consistently tell when someone's gonna turn to a certain point. Mainly just checking on like if there's an important person that gets infected, if we're able to throw together a cure, or how long we can have them with us before we effectively have to just dome them.
I think if any of us got it, priority one would be getting us into a low berth somewhere until we can get a cure or something more effective to fix this.
Yeah. Are we sure
But
that it will work
honestly,
with?
as
Huh?
it stands now, even as a doctor, I don't know if it's worth us going to the main core to get the cure. I think if we get
Yeah.
the thing that neutralizes it in the ship, that's more than good enough.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, it's so far gone that we'd be better off just exterminating the entire ship and then going in and clean up.
I mean, I'm not going to go that far. There are innocent people on the ship, and I would like to save them.
Oh well, like spore, exterminate all the spores.
Okay, okay.
Because if we take out the spores, there's going to have to be people who stay behind for a while until we can get people out of here. And their survival rate would be so much better if the spore signature is either gone or so minimal that it's easier to survive.
Yeah, I mean, so the like I said, the getting cells like I said, a few kilograms of cells from a cluster, like one of these like large things, enough to decontaminate sections of the ship, decontaminate areas, and kill spore clouds. It won't have any effect on things that produce spores though, so it won't affect shamblers, creepers, or clusters. So there will still be things on the ship that can
Oh,
still produce spores. It won't have
I
a
see.
effect on those. Those will still have to still have to do something about those.
Has anybody ever tried to destroy a cluster?
Yeah, she says that's what she says they tried to do in the early on in the aft, which 48, 49 over here, in the aft
Oh,
science
that's right.
pod.
They ended up venting it.
Yeah. So let me see if I can find like a somewhat detailed explanation of it. They tried and they ended up having to just vent it, and so now it's sort of dormant, like somewhat dormant, but um, yeah. So they don't go in there.
Um, have they have they ever experimented with fire against the spores? Do any meaningful effect?
Yeah, although most the trouble is that most things that produce fire um, have like a propellant component, and since the spore clouds, are like largely weightless or so lightweight, that propellant component also then like just spreads bits of spore that it doesn't kill. So it's sort of also like the danger is that you're destroying most of the spore cloud, and then you're just like dispersing bits of the spore cloud.
Ah, so unfortunately, Jinx's flamethrower will be able to harm it, but not get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll do, like she says, it'll do quite a bit of damage, but you run the risk of also then dispersing part of the spore cloud. Yeah, so as far as the aft science that trying to take out that cluster, she says the aft science pod contained the ship's medical facility and was the site of the initial infection. Um, a cluster grew in the medical and life sciences suite. Um, and had it not been and was attacked with improvised flamethrowing devices and laser weapons. Most of the crew members lost their lives involved lost their lives, along with the majority of the available weapons. Explosions blew out some compartments, opening most of the pod to space, which had the effect of curtailing the growth of the cluster in this pod. Some of the scientific equipment remains intact and can be salvaged or even used in situ. Not surprisingly, the engineering faction sealed up this pod after the failed assault on the cluster.
We probably should, like, if we had to make a chapter and go back to the ship to do whatever, we should definitely pick up a couple laser pistols for any survivors who seem stable, so that they can defend themselves along that while we ferry them to a safe spot.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the crew, you've noticed a lot of them have improvised weapons, but it seems like a lot of their whatever improvised flame throwing weapons, or they lost with quite a few of those, but they've managed to put together a lot of other improvised weapons over the last close to a year.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't recover any of those weapons too, so we can bring them
Yeah.
back and even up here.
They have a lot of they have a lot of snub revolvers and like small like little 10 mm snub weapons.
I will follow.
What are you guys thinking?
I while it'd be nice to be able to go to the core sample and collect stuff, it really sounds more safe to help them secure some more, like some rooms that are adjacent to them, clearing those out from any spore traces and locking down, 3 or 4 rooms out, and then going back to the ship and calling in people to help.
I'm thinking if we can make the neutralizing agent, would we be able to make enough to like affect all of the ops mod?
So you're asking asking her?
Yeah.
The trouble is that there's also a cluster in the operations module, and there is a lot of shambler activity in the operations module, so that neutralizing agent isn't going to have an effect on them.
But it would stop the spores, right? So we could safely go in there and fight them without worrying about getting infected ourselves.
No, because they're still gonna if you touch a shambler or a creeper, or a cluster, that you can still get infected from contact from any of them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
do we, does the ship still have its decontamination? Basically, what's the word? Liquid on the ship? Decontamination fluid? I presume it'd be fluid. Has that shown any sign of harming the spores?
No.
No? Okay. That would have been a useful resource to tap into, but unfortunately not going to help us. I'm going to look at the map again to get a good grip of what we're looking at. Do you mind marking the modules that have the clusters with like a purple star or something?
Sure. Yeah. She can do that.
Just as a reference point.
Yes. Big star. Small star. And
And the star size are correlation to the size of the cluster?
Sorta.
Not really. Sort of.
Yeah. She knows of these three at least.
I'm sorry, I don't think it was the third one.
Yeah, it was, yeah, it's there now. I will focus ping you.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Yep.
The ship's big. Well, at least they're pretty condensed to certain areas. Of course, that the downside of that being the concentration of Chambers off of stone. Um,
Double
next
check
time
that
we
one.
find a Shambler, let's see if any of my sleep gas works on them. Because if they're able to be knocked out with sedative, then we can clear rooms fairly easily with them. Don't fully expect it though, actually work on them.
Well, what do we think, guys? I mean, going for the neutralizing agent without having an idea of what we do after that seems pointless.
Yeah.
Can we do anything here? I hate to go back because it's literally months these people are being left alone. Because we're a month just to get to the closest sign of civilization.
That's what I'd like to be able to clear out, like basically any building or any room that we can clear and completely seal off so that no more spores can get into it. I'd like to do for them, because at the end of the day, we don't have the ship space to carry all these people. We're gonna like we also have to let them know the location so they can bring their own equipment, but this whole
Well,
ship needs a proper decontamination.
If we can't destroy everything, no matter what we do, then the only safe place I can think of is where we're at right now, since it's literally disconnected from the rest of the ship.
Right.
I would say we just go get some survivors, but sounds like a lot of these people are not in the best mental states. And end up fighting us just the same as anything else. I'm really at a loss,
Yeah.
guys.
Um,
I don't know.
I think our only chance of making any real change would be taking ops mod, but it's probably going to be a dangerous place to go.
the only other thing I think of really is because it's going to be dangerous for us, but if we're able to collect some core sample and then leave it with them, then at least when we leave, they can hopefully develop a cure and keep the people there alive while we are gone.
Your brain has officially turned to jelly like the rest of you, 428. We are not bringing any of that stuff on our ship. That's an awful idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Wait, no, why are we bringing it on our ship?
But didn't you say bring some back with us? So they can create.
Bring the cluster to them, like the cells they need to develop the cure. leave that with
Oh.
them to make a cure, and then we leave, come back with reinforcements to, and hope they've developed a cure.
Do you guys have enough food to hold out for another year? I can't imagine you would, because I mean we're looking at close to a year to put all that into plant to action.
A year to
Is it a year?
It's a month just to get back to the first star. I think it was 12 jumps, wasn't it?
It was
So
11
it's not a
About.
weeks.
year, 11 weeks. So that's almost 4 months, and then that's 4 months there, and then 4 months back again. So
3
Yeah,
months.
so
that's
close.
getting way up there.
It's going to be 6 months before we can get back, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, the issue is, unless we
We-
can we carry, how many people can we carry is the question.
I'm sure. I mean, I think the only limiting factor there is supplies.
Hmm.
I think we got plenty of
Yeah.
space in the cargo to haul everybody on this
100.
ship, but we don't have supplies for everybody on this ship.
Which, I mean, kind of comes back around to, well, as long as we have a month's supply of water for everyone, we could do it, because you could survive for a while without food, depending on the state of the person. So I feel like the limiting factor is just water.
So the question is, do we just save these people right in front of us and head back then? Or do we try to get everybody? Because then we're back to exposing ourselves again.
Um,
And I mean, again, doctor, will save everybody I can, but saving somebody is better than saving nobody.
buy it. Speaking on the company's morals and ethics, do you think that the company would want us to go onto the ship and pull everyone out, even if they, well, respectfully putting it, mentally collapsed?
I think
It's a tough one, you know.
yeah, he's kind of thinking about it. I reckon they've certainly got supplies uh, that they're fighting over, and the fewer people on the ship over the next few months, uh, the longer those supplies are going to last them. It's sort of who you can take and who you think's gonna not kill one another on the flight back, and in the meantime, while they're stranded here. Doesn't sound, from everything I've heard while I've been standing here, it doesn't sound like it's all peachy keen, if you catch my meaning. Is that right, Doctor? And Darla kind of nods.
So the other issue is if we take anybody other than where we're at right now, because I feel like the doctor and her crew here have done a very good job of making sure they're not contaminated and all that. We
Yeah.
could easily take a contaminated person onto the ship with us if we grab from another group without a quarantine period, which we don't have time for.
Yeah.
If we had the cure, it would be a different story. Then we could bring anybody we could on the ship, give them the cure, and to be done with it. But I just
You know, sorry.
no, you're fine. There's being a hero and there's being stupid, and I just want to make sure we're just being heroes.
Over the table question about functionality. How many people can fit in a what you call it?
In your cargo bay?
Not in the cargo bay. the thing that you transport between ships that you link up.
Oh,
Oh,
shuttle.
in your shuttle?
Yeah, how many people could fit in that? The follow-up question being, can you override the ship controls and open it up into the open space?
Yeah, we've done that before. Open cargo bays on open space.
Yeah, like fly it into the cargo bay.
Or no, not sorry. Not cargo bay. The docking port. Because you have the cargo bay, and then you have your little docking port.
Mm-hmm.
How many people can fit in that little dock? Like the
Like in the little airlock.
airlock. That's the one for. Yes.
Oh, I mean, the airlock's pretty small. I think like 4 or 5 maybe. Like at a time, or like to stay for the whole trip.
I added like. I guess let me put it this way. I'm thinking if we are bringing someone and we suspect that they might be infected, but we're really not sure, we can put them in there for a week, and we can because after a week they'd show signs of shambler infection, and if they are starting to be infected, we just push them out. I think they will start working that way. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of other like alternatives for if we find someone and we don't really want to leave them on the ship.
Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion anybody we pick up that's not in this room, we'd have to quarantine. I feel like we've already got one guy waiting there that's going to need to be quarantined.
Yeah.
Because he was just
Well,
wandering around there, same area as the Shamblers. At least they're clean up
yeah.
here.
Do they? Okay. Why don't we bring these scientists? Bring whatever equipment we can and set up a quarantine zone, and continue a course of action from there. Because we know for a fact we're bringing these scientists.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think our job wasn't to come here and fix everything.
Oh yeah.
We came, we found the ship. We've assessed the source of the problem. We know what's going on, and we can even bring people back that have expertise on that. We've upheld everything we did, and I think that we're saving somebody. And if we do more of this, we're going to save nobody because we're all going to die.
Yeah.
Because mushroom zombies suck.
Yeah.
Just it feels rough as a. It feels rough as a merchant because of general rule. If you see a stranded ship, you do everything you can to help the people on board. And I'd hate to leave so many people to
Oh, I get that.
potentially just die because 2 years, they don't have that much supplies.
Not 2 years. They only need about 6 months.
2 years from the beginning to the end.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
A year and a half. I don't think the ship was designed to be stranded or lost for a year and a half, let alone how much resources they've lost since.
I mean,
it was designed to be out in deep space for a long time with a crew of like 300. And the crew's been whittled down to like a third, like less than a third of that. A crew of like over 300, I think, and it's been whittled down to less than a third of that. So there's a chance that if they can scavenge enough resources, they might be able to make it. It sounds like there's enough power that they're still able to keep their water recycling going. So it's possible. Likely some people will still starve to death, but it's a gamble. It's a gamble that you guys don't have the information to go off of. But it's like Jarla's not chimed in one way or another. So it's sort of, you don't know. Yeah.
But
And
I
Finn said sort of sounds like he thinks that, you know, some people might make it.
yeah, it's a tough reality, but at least saving these scientists will mean something. So
So then
are we in?
we need to get back to our ship then
Yeah,
and get over here and pick these people up.
sounds like a plan.
Darla, you want to have your people get ready? How about we get you off this hellhole of a ship?
Very well. She nods. What should we be planning to bring, and what should we be planning to leave behind?
Um, any research that pertains to an actual cure on this thing, definitely. Obviously, we don't want to bring any samples, even if we think they're safely contained. We don't want to bring this stuff back to civilization. That could be horrible. But any research you have, definitely bring any supplies you have that we can add to ours. We would love to have. Um, other than that, you've got any things of particular value you want to bring? We probably have room, or we're no shortage of room. We just don't want to be here forever picking stuff up. So, essential supplies and research.
Very well. And when will we be leaving?
Um, let's see. We need to get back over to our ship and get us spun around here. I think a couple hours, guys. We can have that all together.
Good, babe. Do we have any extra comms, or do they have comms?
They have comms.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's do the proper things. Make sure we're tuned to them.
Cool.
Same frequencies.
Yeah, not to be the, bad news, but I seem to remember an issue with fuel, organic fuel, that and the lack thereof.
I thought we set that up for it to start pumping fuel while we were out, did we not? That's why we parked where we did.
No, you parked in a spot where you're connected to like a fuel source, but there's no you don't have access to it. Yeah, you don't have control to pump the
Oh,
fuel.
that's right. I totally forgot about that. Wow.
Yeah.
Where would those controls be?
That is a good question. A good question. Yeah.
Could I use a space engineer like background check to guesstimate?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, give me
Well,
give me a sec. Give me a sec to
Sure.
open the character sheet.
yeah.
Maybe engineering power. Like,
Engineering
fuel
power?
power.
Sure.
Yeah. With intellect.
Okay. So +2.
Yeah.
10.
And nice. So let's see. I mean, that you should be, in theory, you should be able to, like, there should be a control panel, either like in main engineering. There should be like any engineering panel and someone with access should be able just to access like fuel maintenance or fuel like manage the fuel management system and transfer fuel from like the central fuel tank to one of the fuel shuttles. There also should be like a fuel like a panel at that docking port.
Okay.
But we would need access to that panel
Mhm.
as well.
Exactly.
And I'm assuming none of the good doctors in this area here have access to fuel panels.
Nope. They have no engineering access.
So now we can't leave until we find an engineer. Do they have to be alive?
Probably.
I mean,
You know, I used to just do surgeries all day and then go home and have a drink. But I felt like that got boring.
well, hope you're having fun now.
I mean, you so in theory, 428, you like what the
Without,
fuel transfer controls? There should be
yeah.
fuel transfer controls like at your docking port. You should be able to like go access those and look at them and be like, yeah, well, I should be able to go do this right here.
Okay. So is the question more or less if it's restricted via like an admin block?
Mm-hmm. Which you would find out. You could find out more from that point, most likely.
I mean, regardless, guys, I think we go back to the ship, go to the closest panel, and see what I can do with it before deciding to stay on the ship longer.
Sounds like a plan. You guys want to get ready? We're tied into comms now, so we'll let you know when we're ready to head this way.
Might be a couple extra hours tacked on, depending on what happens. But we're in radio contact, so
Yeah.
we can communicate with them what's happening. Okay. Back to the ship.
All right. So you're are you which way are you heading to get back to the ship?
I figured another spacewalk.
Spacewalk back into the so let's see. You guys went what like
Which panel are we looking at? The
Yeah,
bottom
right there.
left? Yeah.
yeah, which way did you go? Did you go like
We started in 16, we went into 17, then we got told don't go into ops mod. We went uh back down through this part of 16
mhm.
and down into
This shuttle access here.
yeah. And I forget exactly where it was. It was somewhere in this area-ish that he had a little safe house set up.
And then you spacewalked out?
And then we went
Yeah.
we went out the shuttle access and spacewalked over to
Gotcha.
uh the sciencey people.
Okay. Is that the same way you want to go?
Ideally.
Okay, cool.
Vacuum
I do
space
point
seems to pay
out.
for them mushroom zombies.
Yeah.
I do want to point out too.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. Point away.
Just to let y'all know, I still do have my laser cutter, so theoretically we can enter from anywhere.
That's true, but at the same time, we don't want to be venting areas to the vacuum space in case there's people
Yeah.
there.
This is more of a just in case we go to that point and it is absolutely covered in shamblers. We do have
Gotcha.
other options. And of course,
Alright.
at this point, sorry.
Nope.
Meeting
you're-
has
you're
come.
good. Can I get some vac suits with dexterity from everybody?
Oh boy.
A 12.
A 5.
I also got a 12.
Did you hook up a rope? You hooked up a rope when you climbed down
Yeah, we
up the
hooked up a
first
rope.
time, though, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How about Jinx?
So broke out of food.
She's not paying attention.
I have been listening, thank you. Did I didn't tie off anything. I'm pretty sure I didn't. If that's what you're asking. All I heard was
No, just your
check.
vac suit check. Yeah, what was your vac suit check?
Okay. 1 second. 6, 8.
Eight's cool. Yeah, I think a 5's enough. A 4, I think it's like an easy check with the rope. So I think you're good. So you guys all make it. You're not doing jumping or anything like that. You're just sort of like grabbing the rope, walking down pretty easily. You're good. Yeah, you guys get back to that shuttle access point, and yeah, you're in this section of the ship. It's dark, flashing, little fluttering lights.
Classic.
Yeah.
Well, slowly make our way back. Retrace our steps.
As you step into this hallway, into like 16. Well, there's a bunch of hallways, right? It's like a almost like a dorm, like a dormitory, bunch of staterooms.
Yeah.
A couple people step out from a few of the rooms with like little pistols and clubs and sort of makeshift weapons, and they're all like, "Don't move," and they will all look, fairly, well, not fairly rough. They all look really rough, like somewhat emaciated. One of them's a Varger, and like his fur is sort of like tufted, and like bits of it are like patchy and like have been kind of like pulled off and missing. And they all just don't look. None of them look very healthy. And they're all just like weapons at the ready. One of them has like a little club with like a knife that's been like tied around at the edge, with this like a makeshift spear, and they're all just pointing their weapons at you.
Usually a bad idea to shoot the rescuers, guys.
That's right. You are the rescuers. You're taking us with you.
We're working on it. We're working on fixing things. But we can't if you're pointing guns at us.
No, we're going now. Let's spend another minute on this ship.
Yeah, that's just I'm the only person that can fuel up our ship to get us out of here. So if you kill me, we're all gone. And I don't want you shooting at my allies as well. I'm actually very happy about that.
Let's go then. And they kind of point their weapons.
Yeah, how about you holster the weapons and then we'll go. We're not walking around at gunpoint.
Like I haven't heard that one before. No,
Well,
no, that's not
how
happening.
how about you hear this one? This is an advanced vac suit, and that little snub nose pistol you got isn't even going to penetrate. But this bullpup I have on my back here will completely disintegrate your head. So put your pistol away and let's go fix problems, please.
Or I could light you on fire and I show off my flamethrower.
Do you like lift your flamethrower up to?
I will like flash it because I don't want them to hit it.
They will shoot if you raise your flamethrower. Or let's see, where was it? Where was? Give me one sec. Where is? Is there no? There isn't a course, is there? It's just it's like
Yeah, it's just persuasion, I think.
just use persuade. Will you give me a persuade with like strength? For Gino.
Ouch, with strength.
Yeah, sorry. Because you're being
Be
a tough
alright.
guy.
Are you sure he can't use his smarts?
Nope. And if he fails, they're definitely shooting as you try to raise
I-
your.
I've got a 1 in persuade and a -1 in strength, so we're all at a 0 here. Oh, do I burn luck?
And you
Nah,
have luck.
it's too early to burn
Wow.
luck.
It's not that early to burn luck.
And I got a 6.
6. Yeah, as Jinx goes to lift her to try to like add to the threatening the menace with her by raising her flamethrower, these very jumpy starving crew members who have been in the ship for almost a year take it as a threat and fire. So it's give me one sec to get my stuff right. The right page.
Like as gunshots are like firing off, you just like shout out like a Jinx. When we get back to the ship, we're gonna talk about what not to do when you're being held at gunpoint.
Hey, I
Raising a
was
gun.
trying to be threatening, okay?
Boxcars.
You were threatening, all right. You got a response.
Yes, I was threatening, showing them what would happen. I didn't know this would happen.
How does the
Conversations.
like crit thing on your flamethrower work, Jinx?
The crit thing?
Yeah, if they hit your gas tank, what do they have to do to hit your gas tank?
I
Roll 2
don't
6s.
know. Let me see. I have quick draw.
Thinks this flamethrower is going to get us all killed.
It's gonna stop the zombies.
Uh,
It's the
it
starving
is
crew members.
armored. All
Uh-huh.
I have is hazardous -6. I just wrote down everything that it said while I was building it, so I don't know what that means.
That's all right. Okay, I'll give you a second. I'm just gonna pull up my rule book though.
Yeah,
just
the
for some
rest
other
is
stuff.
like mag size range.
Yeah.
All that other.
Yeah, my shield's not gonna block a fireball.
All right. Uh. That page real quick. Did anything else happen on double 12s or double 6s? Just
I do not. I never planned on owning a flamethrower. Never looked up the rules.
I'm not gonna look up the rules for this one for combat with starving crew members. It's all right. It's in a different book that I don't have a PDF open for. I'm not gonna go digging for it right now. I was just trying to find if in the rule book if there's a core book under combat if there's anything for.
I just want to say I was not trying to hurt them.
Yeah, I don't know but they're as has been well
I'm
established.
letting
They're not
everybody
there,
else
and they're
know
right.
this was not
Yeah.
part of the plan.
Unfortunately, they do not believe you.
Well, they should. I'm very reliable and nice.
Well, and the status of not hurting them has drastically upgraded to status of who will hurt them.
I don't think so. Right? No? Doesn't look like anything. Okay. Nope. Didn't see anything else. Okay. So first attack, Jinx, you take 13 damage minus your armor.
Okay. Oh, this is the thing that I never fully understand.
Yeah,
Let
it
me
goes
see
to
if I can find it.
endurance first.
Well, no, I need
Or
to
no, you
find the
split it up.
armor first.
Oh, your armor's for your advanced back suit. I think Gina has. It doesn't go to your endurance first. That's my guys.
It's eight protection.
Does it go to your endurance first?
Yeah.
Oh
it
no, wait.
does.
No, sorry, that isn't. I thought I put it in here. I didn't know. I think it was
Okay,
10 actually, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Or I wrote that down. Why is it not here?
I did.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I put them on the ship.
Maybe.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, protection 10.
So that means 3?
Yep.
Okay.
And then another 13. So another 3.
So that's 6.
Yeah.
I didn't do that right. Let's okay.
And then
4.
we'll say Lexian.
Okay.
You're getting clubbed.
Can I parry with my rifle?
Sure.
Oh wait. What roll was that?
I almost have it open, I think. Parrying. A traveler in close combat may attempt to parry an opponent's melee attack as a reaction. In doing so, they will inflict their melee skills a negative dice modifier to the attacker's attack roll.
Okay,
You want
so
to do
it was just melee.
Yeah, what's your melee skill? Melee blunt. What's your melee blunt skill?
My melee bludgeon, I don't have one.
Bludgeon. Okay,
So it'd be 0.
It'd be 0.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. That's why I never did it before.
Yeah.
I would have to pull my sword. Damn. Well, I guess
Yeah.
I'll do nothing then. I'll just take it,
I mean,
I guess.
yeah. I would take it because it's 6 damage minus your armor.
They hit my left arm.
He,
I didn't
he
feel
hits,
anything.
I mean, with your suit, he just hits you in the suit with this like metal pole, and it just does nothing. And then like probably I don't know, also 428. Oh man, this guy tries to stab you. This guy with like the makeshift spear tries to stab you, and you just kind of like lean back, and it goes right in front of your face. And we will roll initiative in 1 second. I'll be right back.
Initiative is Dex modifier, right?
Dex or Int, whichever is better.
Oh, thank God. Alrighty. I will not be going first.
Initiative is 2d6.
Yep.
2d6 plus either Int or Dex.
I will do my best to take someone behind me because with my shield I'll have an 18 to protection, and I doubt they're really getting through that.
You doubt me and my starving crew members?
Yes.
How dare you?
I mean, as long as I can't damage above an 18
An 18?
with my riot shield and my armor.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
once my turn comes around, if they could beat an 18, they can hit me.
Jeez. All right. Can I get some initiative rolls?
5.
8.
5.
6.
11.
Nice. Yeah, that's also what what's his name rolled? Ben rolled.
Riot.
What? Yeah.
I
Okay,
guess
so I just need to pull up his character sheet. Lexi, what'd you roll with Dex or
Dex.
what's your
Well, I
Dex?
mean, both of them are +1, so my Dex is
Okay. Well,
11.
11. Okay. Ah, okay. Lexian, you're up. So they are. I mean, you've got a guy like just fucking clubbing you in the back with a metal pole, and you're just like, ow, 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 but not like more owing out of reflex than pain. And you can see up in front of you as these two guys with pistols have both just shot. And I guess probably punctured Jinx's vac suit. And uh, then behind you, there's a guy with a makeshift spear, trying to stab 428.
Hmm.
As this situation was not de-escalated. Sorry, I'm writing initiatives. And when are they gonna freaking make their Roll20 character sheets? July 19th, 2023. Oh, hey! No. It's 2024. That's an old post. Never mind. Sorry, Lexi. What are you doing?
Will I have a DM minus anything if I decide to use my stunner on one of the two people with guns?
Can you shoot?
You can't if you're
Yeah,
locked in melee combat. You can't.
yeah.
I don't think
But
you can.
like he's just hitting me, and it's like I'm not like actually taking damage. Like, okay,
Yeah, you're
I'll
just still in combat. Yeah.
okay. Well,
I think the idea is that everything is kind of happening simultaneously. So you're trying to shoot somebody while he's actively clubbing you. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
effectively or not.
I guess I'm gonna hit the guy that's attacking me.
Guess you could shoot him with your stunner because you have a stun pistol, right?
No,
You
I
can
have a
use
stunner carbine.
you can't. Oh, yeah, yeah. You can't use it.
Yeah, I got the stunner carbine. And I don't really want to pull out my officer blade and start swinging it on people because I would rather stun them instead of kill them or actually wound them.
Club them with your hand, your big metal arm, or disarm them. Is that a thing we can do? I think you
Disarm.
can disarm people.
Oh yeah, it's hard to fight with arms. I thought that was hilarious.
Now
I don't
that's
know.
what Alexian refers to as his metal arm. It's disarm.
Not that arm.
I have disarm and I have that arm.
Yeah, you have to first grapple them. To disarm an opponent, one must first grapple them. In close combat, a traveler may try to wrestle or restrain their enemy rather than simply hitting them. To grapple an enemy, the traveler makes an opposed melee unarmed check with their target. The winner of this check may choose to do one of the following: force an opponent prone to the ground. Disarm an opponent if the effect is 6+. They may take
They
their
may
so disarm the opponent,
you're
period. If the effect is 6+, they may take their opponent's weapon. You can just like Big Brother them. Nope, mine. Just yank it out of their hand. No, you don't get this anymore. It's my toy. Yeah. That's cool. That's good. That's a good one. Man, I want to build a character that's just so strong it just starts taking weapons out of enemies' hands. So yeah, you've got options. But what you want to do?
Well, so that would be a major action.
Mm-hmm.
A further grapple. Uh,
Yes.
so it would be an opposed melee unarmed, right?
Yes.
If I use my left arm, do I get the +3 from that?
Yeah.
why else would you have it?
So,
You like wrist it. Yeah.
and I could also use my psionics as a
So I
minor
think
action.
so in here it does say a traveler may use a skill check or do something else as a significant action when it requires their full attention, concentration,
Okay.
complicated physical or mental actions, or a combined thereof. These include the following. A few others. Using a psionic talent is listed under those. So I think unless under the psionic talent it says minor action, most psionic talents are going to be significant actions.
Okay.
Yeah. I did notice that as I was reading just through
Ah,
here.
damn, there goes my
Yeah.
power fantasy of using
Yeah.
enhanced hand strength, using all the rest of my psi, and then just use my left arm and just pick this guy up and pull his weapon off of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Darn, can't do that. Okay, well,
Sorry.
I will attempt it though by
Yeah. Yeah.
turning around and trying to disarm him.
Yeah. They're not. I mean, like I said, they've not been eating well for almost a year.
So melee unarmed, that would be a, I believe, what, +3 total?
With your
Yeah.
strength.
Well, I have a 0 in it.
Mm-hmm.
So with the left arm, that would be a +3. Okay.
Gotcha.
um, does a 13 work?
Yeah, I got a 5.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a
hey,
big
6
enough
plus.
effect for.
Yeah, that's over 6. Yeah. I guess I got a 6, but it's still more because I think these are 1 ranking. Yeah. But still, yeah. You're good. So yeah, you want to take his club out of his hand?
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, you just snatch his club. You turn and just snatch his club out of his hand. Yeah.
Stop that.
Ah.
You're gonna stay right here for a second.
Yeah, so I think you like. So I think you turn, you like grab him by like so they're all in like like little ship suits, like little jumpsuits. You like grab him by like the collar of his jumpsuit and just like snatch the club out of his hand, and you're just like holding him with one hand, and you got the club in the other hand. Just stop that. And yeah, he's just like, okay, cool. Anything else?
I don't know. Can I use that as a persuade?
Uh,
I'm thinking like, how can I pivot that into a persuade check for everybody to just stop?
probably not this round. Maybe next round.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Finn will. Oh, let me pull his character sheet. He's gonna turn, pull his rifle off of his back. It's today. Shoot, I didn't write. Give me a sec. I'm gonna get to equipments. I can do math. I can do math.
Are you sure about that?
No, not really. I gotta do math with writing. I think to do this correctly.
Is there any math that I can help out with?
Yeah. 10 plus 2 is 12. 12 minus 8 is 4. I guess I should just say it out loud. That helps. 4 plus 13 is 17. Is that right? 17.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 6, 6, 12 plus 7 is 19.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool. 19 plus what was the other big number I just said? 17 is 2. Okay. So he just turns and shoots the guy with the spear, and that guy just falls to the ground, crumpled, and is just groaning as he just gut shots him with a laser carbine. Ouch. Gino.
Oh, well, I'd rather not kill a bunch, but so I'm gonna pull out my stunner and aim at one of the ones with the pistols. And that's going to be a 9.
Yeah.
13 damage. Stun damage.
Oh, yeah. Then that one drops.
And I'll move myself where I'm next to Jinx. Train my stunner on the other one. And hold there.
All right. Jinx. Wait. Yes, Jinx.
So, how bad is it?
What?
Me. You said the thing is punctured. Like, so what do I need to do?
I mean, you're in an area that has oxygen, so you're still breathing. You're okay. You're just yeah.
We couldn't take you back out in the vacuum of space right now.
Yeah, you just can't go out into space.
Would it take an action for me to switch out guns, or is that a free thing? Like, can I switch out guns and then shoot?
Minor action?
Yeah, drawing is a minor action. Yeah.
So I could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I will put the flamethrower away and then just start stunning people. I'm gonna try to stun the people that shot me.
Okay. One of them just got stunned, so there's only one left.
Then I will try to stun the other one.
Go for it.
An 8.
Yeah. Give me that damage.
Let me find if there. I have so much stuff on here. Where is it? That's not it. Oh my god. I know it's in here. Where? Oh, okay. I think I've. There it is. 3D. Okay. Damage is 14.
Okay. He's down as well.
That takes care of everyone pretty much then.
Yeah, just there's one that's like groaning on the ground, still could do something on it on his turn, as can the one that's being grappled taken fight back. 428.
Okay. The spear guy is down, or is he?
He's like groaning, but he can, he could still theoretically do something. He still has a spear in his hand. He's just like he just took a whole bunch of damage in one turn.
So the shield expanding is described as a voice command. Should we
Mhm.
just roll that as a minor action, or is that a free action? Because voice is free. It feels awkward for it to be a free action to expand my shield.
Yeah. I mean, where do you just like wear it on your wrist, or do you still have to draw it?
It's on my wrist. It's like a forearm mount, and you just voice command it to activate it into any shield that exists that's mechanical, not energy.
Voice is free. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, on technicality. Here,
But a song will
read it
cost
out.
you. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind trying it out as a free action, and then like if it feels super cheesy, we can
Okay.
like let's why don't we try it out as a free action, and then down the road if it feels cheesy, we can revert it back to, because I mean,
Because there is the
yeah.
limit of my arm is now void. Like I can't use anything other than that shield, so I am effectively only using one arm beyond that point.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be
That's
the equivalent of a holster or a draw?
So that's the thing, is that's why I was asking if he has to draw it, like if he has to like grab it off of his waist, because it is like technically activating the item is sort of like drawing it. So that's why I wasn't sure if like if it should be a minor
Uh,
action.
I feel like you can sit.
Expandable.
There's going to be time for it to open. Maybe that's why it's a bonus act. The speaking the word is nothing, but for the shield to actually get to size.
Yeah.
Maybe So maybe the time it takes to actually reach its size is like the equivalent of a minor action. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that. So yeah, we'll say minor action. That makes sense.
And just for future reference, it's a bracer specifically.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's one minor action to expend it into a boarding shield. Just as reaction and mm,
You can either make one
probably
significant action or two more minor actions.
yeah. I don't really want to kill the guy. Is the thing.
Kill him. He tried to stab you.
Yeah, but he's not himself.
You're not yourself when you're hungry. It's true.
Only he would have had a Snickers.
Exactly. This whole mission is just one giant Snickers ad.
I think I'm gonna deploy my shield and kind of give him just like a massive shield bash to the face.
Okay.
That's
Does the
a
shield have
9.
damage?
Um, I do believe shields as a blanket have damage. Let me double check.
Okay. Yeah, give me a
Yeah, let me see if I
Melee
have a
bludgeon?
passive.
melee bludgeon.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second. I do remember it stating something about unarmed versus bludgeon.
Hmm.
Okay, got you. It's just talking about melee skill, but I have it at 0. All right. Let's say for a 6.
No.
Okay.
Is that plus
No
your
problem.
strength?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
subtracting 1 from it. Yes.
Yeah.
I figured it wouldn't, but I don't have a stunner on me, and I don't want to shoot a gas round at my feet.
Yeah. Nah. Okay.
I also don't have a gas round prepped.
Gotcha.
I have it in
All
zero
right.
now.
All right. Then that guy will try to stand. Well, I guess he didn't technically like fall prone. That's not like mechanically. He will like grab the wound on his stomach, turn and run. You could technically make an attack opportunity if you would like.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Try to bash him in the back of the head as he's running off.
I mean, a 9.
Yeah. Okay. Give me that damage.
And I will say, just for specification, I'm not trying to go like lethal necessarily.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
just want to shut
I think
him.
you can. I think you can. You can dictate non-lethal, especially like bludgeoning with like blunt weapons,
Oh,
can't
perfect. Shields are 1 damage, 1d.
you? 1D? Yeah, give me 1D.
A 5.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, he turns, he's like, fuck this! And as he turns to run, you just go, bam, hit him in the back of the head, and he just falls face first on the ground. And the other guy will try to break free. I've got to break free! So it's an opposed melee unarmed check, right? Or does he need to do some escapology? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Will you give me a melee unarmed check, Lexian?
He's not gonna make it.
No.
No. 15.
What if I roll? What if I roll? Okay. Well. But yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
He's
still
like,
using my left hand.
let me go! Let me go! Oh, yeah, he's
He's
trying.
just like axe handle chopping at the arm, and it's just doing nothing.
Yeah, Lexian switches hands and is now holding him with his left arm. Cool. Lexian, your turn.
I don't want to have to do this. I don't want to hurt you. We were here to help. I know my friend is. She means well. Stop resisting.
Yeah, give me
Persuasion. Yeah, persuasion.
Yeah.
What? I could technically
Can I give me
use my
strength?
strength. Yeah, I could use my
Yeah, can I give
strength.
me strength?
+2. A
Just your
13?
basic strength, not your big arm.
That 13. That's
Yeah,
with my
cool.
basic strength.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, he's. It's like, I don't know what happened. They were shooting. I assumed one of you guys shot first, and I was just, I don't know, fighting for my life, man. It's just, it's kill or be killed here. I don't know. I didn't mean nothing by it. I swear.
I understand.
Honest.
Just stop trying to hit me.
I
We're trying to
tried
get you out of
once.
here. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Can someone secure the two with the pistols? I gotta get some first aid on at least Jinx here, and hopefully that other guy, because he's not looking well at all.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna put you down. We're gonna be real nice here, and we're not going to attack each other, okay?
You got it, boss.
Now
Yeah.
put him down and tell him to go help his friends.
I only got a 9 on the first aid.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Hang on. Sorry. I forgot my first aid kit. That adds, what does it add? I don't think I ever put it over on my other thing. +3. Okay, so then I got a 12 then. So you heal for the effect, I think. So that would heal her for 4.
Okay. For Jinx.
Yep. And then I'll run
Healed
over to the
for
one.
4. Got it.
And then I'll run over to the other one that got gut shot. And I'll go ahead and do first aid on him, and you let me know if he needs surgery or not. Not that I think I can actually do surgery, but
Well, it can't be surgery, but maybe mercy.
holy shit, got the same again, 12. So
Mm.
he heals for 4. I don't think that's going to get him back in good shape.
Yeah. No.
Does he look like he needs surgery?
I mean, that's if like they're what?
I think it's if all
All
three
three?
stat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
Yeah.
I can't. I don't have a place to do surgery on this guy. I mean, I guess I could do field surgery, but it's super dangerous.
It's not exactly a secure location either. We got potential shamblers and spores all over the place.
Yeah. Lexian, can you carry him for now?
Sure.
If things get real bad, throw him in a shambler or something, but let's try and get him out of here.
Do we know if he's infected or not?
I mean, no. We know he's not to the controlled stage, but we don't know if any of these guys are infected or not.
All right. Could always have his buddy here help him too.
Well, let's see if the other two with the pistols will cooperate once we get them up. And if they do, maybe the 3 of them can help him.
Sounds good.
I'll walk over to them. So, do I have the equivalent of like space smelling salts in my first aid kit?
Yeah. Well, give me a luck roll. I think things like that. What did we? What else did we roll? We rolled something like that a couple sessions ago, right? I feel like things on that level we can just start. We can kind of roll
Okay.
occasionally on your right.
Yeah, it was luck, I believe.
Yeah, we rolled something recently.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't been abusing it too much at this point. Well, it was like gloves. It was like gloves and it was like protective equipment, wasn't it? Nah, because
Something.
that's basic.
Yeah.
That you would
I
have.
I got a 6.
Okay. Uh, yeah, I think you can have a pair. You can have some smelling salts. I'll take 6. That's okay.
Okay. I'll waft it under their noses, see if I can get them to come to.
Concussions happen all the time on spaceships. What?
Can we be a little more cooperative now? Your guys' stunt has got one of your friends about on the verge of death here.
You're gonna shoot me with that thing.
I used a stunner. You were using an actual gun.
It's not like I'm equipped with a stunner.
You didn't have to shoot at all.
She didn't have to shoot us with a flamethrower.
No one shot you with a flamethrower.
I
She was
wasn't going to.
She was about to.
No, I wasn't.
Nah. We saw the look in her eyes.
Really?
Can you help your friend? Because I don't think he's going to be walking so well. And make it our way back toward our ship. I don't know what to do with this situation right now, but that's the best thing. The best thing we can do is get to a more secure area.
Wait, have we applied any bandages to the guy that got shot, or is he just like freely bleeding?
Gino did.
Awesome. Question.
Mhm.
Would I know it's not going to make it space proof, like the vacuum of space. But putting duct tape over a bullet hole in a hazmat suit, is that going to make it airtight?
It should make
It,
it spore proof, if nothing else.
it might briefly, yeah, potentially.
I'm going to take like a couple strips of duct tape and be like, just in case we run into any spores, Jinx, I'd prefer you not be, well, at least have something instead of a big hole.
Thank you?
I just don't want anyone to be infected. It's a headache.
I got to step away for a few minutes. Got to be right back.
Right. My cleverly devised plan to infect Jinx with spores has now been foiled by fucking Doom's duct tape. No, I'm just kidding. But that's good. That was a good call. That's like such an excellent small little use of roleplay to just like go, oh yeah, this is an easy fix. I got this. Well done. Well done.
That seems like a very easy,
Just a good fix.
simple thing
Just a
that could
good,
be
just
overlooked.
good easy fix. What a good easy fix. Yeah.
And god damn it, I bought so much duct tape. I'm using it.
Yeah. And space duct tape too, so it's got to be like extra sticky and really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some context, I bought 5 rolls, and a roll was 30 meters,
Oh my god. Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
insane to think about. But actually, that does sound about right for a roll.
Yeah. Yeah. Foil is it like foil like shiny duct tape? I wonder what color it is.
Um, I imagine it's kind of like a polymer weave, because we use fabric, but for
Yeah.
space, I'm sure it's like some polymer and some like almost like a feeling of electrical tape, and like that kind of like you said, the shiny tin look. That's how I think of it.
There you go. I'll be right back as well. 2 seconds.
Okay. I've been trying to move everything over to the Excel sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the Excel sheet a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I personally like more open space so I can just jot down a crap ton of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can
See,
just
the
have a
things
huge
are
block of just stuff.
yeah, as much as it sucks to say, you can still do that with the Excel. It's just you have to understand Excel, and I don't.
Yeah. Like cuz I've got her profile done. I think I got the characteristics and skills. It's just trying to like find where to put everything. Cuz I have like the descriptions for everything and I'm just going to have to like push them in a thing.
Yeah.
Been a thing.
Push them in a thing.
Question.
That's what I said. Yes.
Possible answer.
Question. What did you guys do with the shambler that you killed before? Not Briar, sorry. 428 put a incendiary round in its head. That was it, right?
That was it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And other than that, like, I think we cut off a spore just to look at, or we
Yeah.
investigated a spore, but other than that, we just left it where it was.
I was telling the others I'm slowly trying to put everything into the Excel sheet.
Nice. Nice one.
Yes, I don't know if it's going to be done correctly, but it will be as close as I can make it.
Yeah.
There's more space for weapons. Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, there is.
Time to write down
Yeah.
all my weapons.
Yeah, that would be a good place to put your bite.
That's where the bite should
Rather
go.
than the,
Okay. Yeah.
rather than the skills. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Bite. I'll just say self.
Yeah, range self. Yeah, yeah. Melee range self. I think self is also used sometimes.
I mean, self seems like the best thing.
Yeah.
Melee natural. Damage.
What is the
Did my headphones cut out?
no.
Oh, okay. You just stopped talking halfway through, and it's like,
Yeah, I said what is, and then immediately stopped. Yeah. Yeah.
made me think my internet dropped there for a second.
I'll go back. The other thing
Welcome back.
I'll do for Jinx is just change your social on your thing because you don't use social, right? It's just your charisma.
It's supposed to be charisma, yeah.
Yeah. Is your charisma 8?
Yep.
Okay, cool. There you go.
I am mediocre in everything but endurance and dex, which I guess is not a bad thing since I equal out, but still.
All right. Onto the ship. As you head to 17, which I think is where you killed that Shambler before, is that right? Or was it in 16? Well, upper 16. I think it was 17, right? Because it was close to that.
17.
It was close to that gantry. You see that its body has sort of like not exploded, but just sort of opened up, and almost like roots from a tree have begun to kind of project out of it, and there are like black little tendrils of these funky little tendrils spreading out from it in all different directions. Some of them even kind of poking up like little fingerlings into the air.
Great.
Kind of great, yes.
Can we safely walk around it, or does it look like we have to get close to these things?
You kind of got to get kind of close to it, yeah. Some of them kind of look like this.
Oh,
That's
not very
disturbing as hell.
Yeah,
Hope nobody has trypopophobia.
yeah.
And if we try to kill it with fire, we just spread spores.
You run the risk, yeah.
We've got an injured man, not in a vac suit. What about if we made
Who's
use of
carrying?
that cutting laser? Who's carrying him? I think we had the other 3 helping the injured one.
Gotcha.
Like if we took the laser to the source, it's not got that propellant property that the flamethrower would have.
I mean, it still does to some extent, because right, it's still propelling. It still has to.
That's a
Yeah.
laser. It's light.
Oh, is
Yeah.
it a laser cutter? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah, you can try that.
Like even if we couldn't, even if we can't destroy the source, we could burn up a path through some of the tendrils.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we just laser cutting a path out.
Yeah, I mean, unless we can just, unless we want to try and destroy the source, see what the laser does to the source.
Would it hurt?
Let's
I mean,
let's cut a couple tendrils and see how it reacts.
okay. Get out toward the end.
You know what? I'm gonna play this safe. I am going to tower shield and use the laser just in case it reaches out to me. And I'll, do a little and cut through a couple of the tendrils.
Yeah, you you cut through part of the tendrils, and the laser's narrow, right? So it only cuts through a
Yeah.
little part of the tendril. And as you do, yeah, it cuts through, and you do that. How long are you just trying to like cut out as much as you can?
for
Or
my
just
first
doing a
like
line
set,
and see what happens.
yeah, like for the first test, I'm kind of just doing a line across a couple just to see how it reacts. A
Gotcha.
quick little.
At first, you do a line, and then wait like a minute, and nothing seems to happen.
Hate it when it does that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hasn't reacted, so
What if
it might
you
take me a
start?
while.
What if you start burning up a whole tendril? Like start at one end and just start going up the tendril. How does it react then?
How long would that take?
Minutes.
All right, yeah. Let's burn up a tendril.
Okay.
I'm kind of like shielding up and just like almost like a flamethrower, just like. Psh, psh, psh.
Yeah. What's everyone else doing while this is happening?
I'm behind him and his shield, watching intently.
Okay. Yeah, will you give me a recon check?
A 10.
All right. Is anyone else? What's everyone else doing while he's doing that?
I'm kind of keeping an eye on the other guys, making sure they're not going to try and fight back again.
Okay. Will you give me a recon check as well?
Nah, I can do that.
How about Jinx?
Since he's using a laser cutter, let me. I have a ring laser, and I'm sure it won't help that much, but I will offer to help anyway.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Jinx, but I think you're gonna have to get way too close with that thing.
Do you want me to just light everything on fire? I could do that.
Four clouds, Jinx. 4 clouds.
Let's do this one tendril, see how well it goes, because I want to save your fuel for as long as we can.
Okay. So I will be his backup. I'll be there in case he needs some fire thrown at this thing.
Fire. Yeah. Sweet.
I'm using intellect for mine, right?
Yes.
That'll be a 10.
10. Okay, cool. So we'll do Lexian first. Lexian, you notice so the 4 guys are like, they're like kind of holding their buddy up. And he's not doing well, but he's like holding his gut, holding his shot, where he's been shot, in a lot of pain, and they're all super freaked out. They're like kind of looking around like, can we make a run for it? They're not looking like they're trying to fight. They're also like, looks like they're trying to weigh like, this maybe is our chance off the ship. Maybe we stay with these people, but also like they don't want to be this close to this like growth of this like stuff. So they're trying to figure out whether or not it's even worth it anymore. It seems like that's kind of what's going through their head. But with the 10, you also see behind them is Wyatt, and he's standing there staring at the guy that he shot, and he's just patting his fingers on his knife that's on his thigh, and just like looking at this guy, and you can see the look in his eyes because he like whiffed his roll. You can just see the shark eyes, like just it's almost like they haven't gone black, but it's almost like his eyes have just gone pure black. That his just like the pure murderous intent that's just in his eyes, that he's just like he's sort of resigned to just he's I don't know 3 steps away from just like offing this dude right now. And he's just like he's just like looks like he's just trying to figure out how and when he's going to do it. But you can't really quite figure out why. But that's what Finn is doing right behind them. He's like maybe 4 steps behind them.
Okay.
kind of coiled, about to strike. And then Gino, you're like you said, watching intently. You see this particular like growth thing, these like little fingerlings sticking out, and they poof, and there's this like thick, almost smoky fog that looks like it should disperse more than it does, and almost seems to ripple and just begin to float toward you. You and 428.
Oh,
And then
fuck.
slowly start to expand as it does. And then
It doesn't take long.
as that does, the four guys start to freak out, and Wyatt strikes, and you see him stab his knife right in the back of the injured guy.
Well, not our problem anymore.
And the injured guy goes limp.
Well, I'm yelling out to Jinx. I know we said don't shoot him with fire, but see that cloud, Jinx? Fucking shoot it with
Yeah.
fire.
I shoot it with fire. So I'll pull out the flamethrower and shoot the cloud with fire. Or try to.
All right. Yeah, give me your and it's energy?
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
energy weapon.
Give me your energy attack.
And it's dexterity too because it's a gun.
Yes.
So that's an 11.
All right. Nice.
And since I have the incendiary fuel on, there's like other stuff. Because there's more damage than just the 5D if I wrote this down correctly. So let me do the 5 points, the 5D of the original damage. Because there's burn and incendiary damage too, if that would qualify on a spore cloud.
What was your roll? Sorry.
11.
11.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it was 11, yeah. Okay, so that's wait. 24 points of damage. Do you want me to roll the incendiary and burn damage?
No, that's okay.
Or
Thank
does
you.
that even okay. Alrighty. But yeah, so 24 points of fire at that cloud.
Mm-hmm. It is going to take you 5 rounds to disperse. So you're going to be working at this for the next 5 rounds to
Okay.
try to disperse this cloud.
Would I
To
go
safely
through a lot
disperse
of
this crowd.
would I go through a lot of fuel doing this, aka how much fuel would I be down since I
It's gonna
have
be 5. It's gonna be 5 attacks worth of fuel.
It goes by kilograms, so I don't know how much that is.
How many kilograms is an attack?
It doesn't say.
How
I don't
much
think.
ammo per mag?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Well, the thing is, it's liquid, and I don't think it says. When I was building it, I was trying to look for it, and I couldn't see anything that was like mag equivalent. It just gave me all these weights, and I just wrote it all down.
I think the usage was based off of the size weapon you were using.
Give me a sec. Let's see if I can find.
Well, because it has max payload, which I didn't hit that because that's a lot to put on me. But I don't see. Oh, 6 attacks per kilogram with the super compressed gas. So
Okay.
that would make sense. So I've gone through almost 1 kilogram. I'm gonna write that down.
Cool. So you're gonna use 5 attacks.
Yes, 5 attacks. So I will have.
So it's gonna take you 5 rounds. So everyone else
5
has
rounds.
5 rounds of things to do. What are you all gonna do?
So, the spores are coming up as I'm flaming or lasering its tendrils.
Mm-hmm. I just flamed one of the tendrils. Yeah.
I'm gonna stop flaming the tendrils,
Yep.
seeing this giant cloud starting to form, and I guess like get behind Jinx and say, yeah, I don't think flaming those tendrils or the lasering those tendrils is the best idea, because if this is gonna happen every single time,
I can tell.
Well, what if we go for the source? Laser the things that just shot out the spores. They're already shooting out spores now. I don't think we can make the situation worse, can we? Famous last words and all.
Should I use well, I don't really know what's the best thing to use. If I use explosive, it's gonna start spreading. If I use incendiary, it's probably gonna
I
spread.
think you stick to the laser. I think you take the laser straight at those things that are pumping out the spores.
Sure, I'm gonna take a laser and cut them. Just cut them at the base. All the tendrils.
What did you guys use to bind the other crew members?
Honestly, presumably duct tape.
Okay, cool. Sorry, and so you're gonna try to laser these like nodule things.
Yeah, like because they're like loops coming out. I'm just gonna go straight for the base where it connects to the hub.
So these are the thing that shot these spores. These are like little like bulbous, almost like little nodules that had like little tendrils shooting out of it.
Gotcha, I see.
But you could try to laser them. Yeah, you could go and try to laser them.
Yeah, and you gotta just like do an X over it and just like
You'd have to
put it
run
in the corners.
through Jinx's
Okay,
flame and the cloud of spores to do so.
then I'm gonna wait.
Yeah. Okay. How about Gino and Lexian? What are you guys doing?
I'm assuming I'm dealing with this shit, so I'm not aware of what's going on with Wyatt, all that shit. Um, so I guess my focus is still with all this going on, trying to I'm trying to look through the flames and spore clouds and whatever the fuck else to see if this body's doing anything else now that we've started doing all this, or things have just gone dormant again.
Okay. Yeah, give me another perception check.
An 8.
Right? You see that a lot of those tendrils have shifted and seem to be inching and crawling their way toward all of you, coming from various different angles along the floor and some of them along the walls. And so it's like this, and so like there's probably, as you notice that, there's probably this like shot from up above, and you just see, like you all standing behind Jinx as she's just like, flamethrowing this like cloud that is like trying to disperse and like envelop her, and she's just like just spraying this flamethrower. And there's just these black tendrils that are just like eking their way around like the walls and the floor, and then behind that Finn has just pulled his knife out as these guys are like freaking out, and he's grabbing the hands of these guys as they're trying to fight and cutting duct tape and just like shoving them and like gesturing for them to get out of here, and they are like turning and running away.
All right.
But Gino, go for it. You were gonna do something else. You got your recon, and then yeah.
I'm just yelling out. I don't think we can stay here. This is getting bad real quick, guys. It's coming toward us.
Lexian.
So I just watched a man murder a man in front of me.
Yeah.
Just absolutely killed him and then started helping the other guys. So, I mean, I'm a slight bit confused, but hearing what's going on behind me, I don't know what I'd do. I guess I'd. Oh, no, they'd be too small to shoot. Don't think a stunner would do anything to them. I guess I'd look for a path through the things towards our airlock.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Perception. Ten.
And yeah, you can see a pathway. It's going to take some like, you know, dive, duck, dodging, dipping and dodging, and but you think you can get there.
And then I will dive, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge my way over there.
There you go. Yeah. You gonna point out to your friends, or just you're just gonna go for it and hope that they find it?
I mean, I'm gonna be screaming the entire time.
Okay.
Not really. I'll
Cool.
just be saying like, "Hey, found a path. Let's go."
All right. Yeah. So why don't 428, Gino, and Lexian, will you guys give me athletics dexterity checks to try to, dodge the flames, the clouds, and the creepers. The beeps, the sleeps, and creeps.
I am burning a couple luck on this one.
Yeah, I'm
I,
not gonna get caught in this shit.
I rolled an 8 total.
Nice. Good job.
We're doing athletics dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am burning. Oh man, I really can't fail this. This could be rough if I do.
I burned 2 luck. I didn't need to. I got a 12.
I'm gonna burn 3 luck because I don't trust myself. An 8.
All right. You guys get through.
Also,
As does Wyatt, kind of right behind you. But Jinx still has 3 more rounds of flamethrowing.
Jakes, let's get. I think we gotta get out of here.
But the flamethrower, can I walk and flamethrow?
You can backwards walk and flamethrower. Will you give me a athletics dexterity check with a bane?
What does the bane mean?
3d6, drop the highest.
Burn some luck if you need it.
Yeah, I'm going to burn. That's probably a good idea. I will burn 3 luck on this, so I don't die. And that is. You said Dex?
Mm-hmm.
A 13?
All right. Yeah.
14, technically? I rolled better than I thought I did.
What's your dex? You have high dex, don't
2,
you?
but I have +1 in athletics dexterity.
Gotcha. What'd you roll?
Like a 6 and a 3.
Oh.
And then another 6, so I rolled 2 6s and a 3, and I dropped a 6, and I still had a 6. I got very, 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 very lucky.
Yeah, right on.
You rolled that luck
All right.
still in real life.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Cool. Yeah, you walk through, dodging the like creepers along the floor, and there's little like hissing going on everywhere, but no booming. And you stand in the doorway, continue flamethrowing, and then when it looks like the cloud has mostly like dissipated, you hit the door and close the door, and you guys are in 16, upper 16, and you're good.
I have a very minor comment to make about my research on duct tape and its airtightness
Uh-huh.
because I went down the rabbit hole. So it
Yeah.
turns out
Not
duct tape
airtight?
it's semi-permeable, so that if you are sitting in a enclosure, like if you're sitting somewhere with duct tape and there's a constant protrusion of like a gas, it will eventually go through. But if you're like running, you run by something that it's not going to leak through. So it needs to be exposed to something for like an hour.
Gotcha.
30 minutes to an hour to seep through.
But spores, spores aren't gaseous, so you're good.
Oh yeah, I just wanted
Yeah.
to say it because I went down the niche rabbit hole, and now I have to
Yeah.
talk about it.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would hold for vacuum or for space. Yeah.
God, no. It would
Yeah.
go flunk.
Yeah. Pressure change to shoot off. Cool. What next?
Up to the fuel line.
That's right. Yeah,
Um,
you're not even really going to your ship. You're just going to the what's it called? The fuel transfer.
Yeah.
Now that we're all standing in the room, I am going to look around. Where did the others go?
Sorry.
All of them to get lost.
Why?
I mean, they were a might bit exposed and just waiting to get infected by that massive thing.
I mean,
None more so than it's that poor fella, that poor bugger I shot.
yeah, I guess he would have
Uh,
been particularly susceptible.
So,
Uh,
and he was only gonna
honestly,
slow his mates down. So, survival situations being what they were, I figured he needed to. Well, executive decisions needed to be made.
wait,
Huh?
you killed that guy?
He nods.
All right. Well, I guess it's better than being turned into a fungal spore thing alive.
It's definitely better.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah, honestly, I don't feel like arguing it over anything right now. I just want off of this ship.
If I
yeah,
understood
let's
Jala's research, he's already wounded. His wounds increased his risk of infection considerably. And
yeah.
I don't think that you guys were intent on bringing him along, judging by your discussions earlier. So he was going to stay here and risk the lives of the remaining Deep Night employees that we are responsible for. He had already attempted to harm individuals that were trying to assist him, and an unfortunate situation required an unfortunate decision. And he shrugs.
Sure. Whatever. Whatever. You know what? The situation's over and controlled. We can continue to the fuel cells. I just start awkwardly continuing to try to walk.
Yeah, he just looks at you flatly. But yeah, you get to the like ladder down to your airlock, and there's like a console there. There's the uh what's it called? The how do that's the thing.
Fuel pump?
Basically the fuel transfer controls.
Well,
Accessing this one is an electronics computers with int check. 3 minutes.
Okay, so
I'd have a
electronics.
+2 in that. I think you've got at least that.
Yeah, yeah, I'd have a +2 as well. I guess I'll do it because I'm a little less capable of defending the group.
Makes sense. Go for it.
All right. I'm gonna use my last 2 luck on this because we really need that fuel. Ten.
And all right, so yeah, you access the system. Attempt to like just initiate a transfer. It is locked down, which you already knew. You run a system diagnostic, and it lets you know that the system has been locked down by a command from the bridge. Then the records indicate like a rather confusing set of instructions in which the fuel was pumped back and forth between the central tank and engineering, and then the 2 primary support modules, which are like the 2 big, like long things, like this and this, right? These are the PSMs.
Yeah.
So fuel was pumped back and forth between the central tank and engineering, and then those 2. Much was lost from the port PSM, which was heavily damaged. Whose system was heavily damaged before the system was locked. It seems that orders originating from the bridge and the engineering section countermanded one another before the whole system was placed in emergency shutdown on the captain's authority. You can, yeah. Do you want It looks like you could take a deeper dive into the system. Do you want to give me another electronics computers check?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just another.
Get some
It's only take you another 60 seconds to dive into deeper.
Another 10.
Another 10. Nice. So you. Let's see. You see that unlocking the system requires the authorization of a senior officer and must be done from the bridge. However, the situation is more complex than this, as the chief engineer's authority over the system has been revoked by the captain, and control over the fuel system from the bridge is no longer possible due to control pathway interruption. This is not apparent without careful analysis of the fuel system, which you've just completed. One way to free the fuel system would be to repair the break in the control system, which was deliberately created, which seems to have been deliberately created. And to have a senior officer, also reset the system. This will require which would require people both in engineering and on the bridge. So yeah.
All right. A lot of information.
Yeah.
Hey, Wyatt.
He looks at you.
There's some important information I think you'd want to know for company reasons, and then some important information for everyone. To start, we can access the system, but there's a break in the fuel line that we have to go repair.
The break is in the command system. So the break is not.
System.
Yeah. The basically. Let me see if I can. You're. It's like it's
in essence, we would have to go repair some wires to fix
No,
the
yeah,
control circuit?
no. It's basically there are contradicting commands coming from two different sections of the ship that have functionally that have caused a software break that need to be reset, but require authorizations from those two sections of the ship that caused that original contradiction. So it seems like there's which you already know that there are factions. So it seems like two factions that are already disagreeing were battling via these commands. But the only way to fix this is to get them to both agree to fix it. Basically, is what the break is. So the break is in this instance, the break is a software break rather than a mechanical break,
Hardware.
a hardware break. Yeah.
And we can't try to override it anyway from here. We have to go to those locations.
Yeah. Yes.
The From a diagnostic perspective, is the physical line, like fuel line, all operational? Is it just a
Yes.
software thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
Could
take
we
note of that.
mechanically override the shutoff?
Uh, potentially, you could potentially like hotwire something. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a software issue. We would need the bridge engineers and a senior officer to both
Or no, I guess
override.
there was a no, I was wrong. There was a break in the control system, um, but that was which seems to have been deliberately created. But that was done in engineering. Um, but that
Okay, in the engineering bay?
yes, but that is in the control system. Um, but that still is not in the fuel line itself. That's in the fuel control system. So yes, you could still hotwire if you wanted to go that route.
Okay.
I mean, I'd really rather not continue wandering around the zombie ship.
Yeah. Let's
And if you're gonna hotwire it, you still have to go to. That still requires you to have to go somewhere.
there's no way to. Okay, I guess looking at it
Yeah,
from
there's no way to do it directly from here.
So no matter what, we're gonna have to do some software patching and get some electrical work done in various places of the ship to get this fuel line operational.
I think we should at least have Jinx swap out her back suit before we go on.
Yeah,
Yes,
totally.
please.
Is there another fuel line on the ship?
I mean, there are two more at the other shuttle access, like the shuttle docking points. The other three shuttle docking points on the opposite PSM are destroyed.
Ah, okay. All right, team. Unfortunately, if we want to actually leave this ship, we have to go repair, um, figure out this fuel line issue because we don't have the gas. Someone want to update our scientist friends about this?
But what's our best way to fix it then?
Um, okay, speaking over table, a lot of information got thrown at me trying to still decipher it all. Okay, so we need to go down to the engineering bay and repair some physical damage, correct?
Yeah. So basically, I guess like so to kind of break it down simplistically, you sort of have two options. One would be basically getting um, getting the engineers to fix whatever they did to the control system, getting them to do that, and then getting the like uh the flight staff or the control, like the command staff, the bridge
Right.
staff, to the officers to reinstate the chief engineer's like power over the system, her authority, and allow her to initiate the fuel transfer. Um, from everything you or from what you from like what little you know or what you've been told from Jarla, like it sounds like at least most factions on this ship don't get along. You don't know how like deep those resentments go. Um, the other option would be somehow hotwiring the fuel system to just initiate a transfer on its own, but that is all you have to go on that in that route. You don't know what that means. You don't know what that means, where you would start with that, or how you would do that. That's sort of something you guys need to like come up with and figure out with on your own. Yeah.
Because
I
at
mean,
at the end of the day, it's a lot of software locks. If we can get to the physical um, valves and just get them open for the fuel lines, we can theoretically get the fuel pumped through. I don't think we're going to get, if these officers are even alive, I don't think we're going to get them to work together to fix it.
the people we've met so far isn't giving me the warm and fuzzies. I know that. Like, I'm
It's-
normally all about a diplomatic approach, but I don't know where the diplomacy is going to be with them.
I assume they'd just shoot at us and, you know, one of us would end up dead or the Shamblers would start surrounding us. And after seeing what happens when we kill one of those things, I don't want to be around on the ship when we kill multiple.
Well, we've got the schematics of this ship. Why don't we hop back on the Mire and look the schematics over and see if you can find the best point to try and mechanically break the thing.
That's not very good plan. And yeah, let's get back on the ship and reconvene and constitute ourselves.
All right. You guys head down the ladder into the airlock.
Yeah, as our friend we stuffed in there earlier still hanging out?
Yeah, he's like laying on the bench, just kind of like whistling a tune to himself. As the as the hatch opens up and you guys climb down the ladder, he like stands up and kind of looks at you and looks at the patch on Jinx's suit. Probably like there's like some blood that just seeped through. Are you okay? Oh dear. did you run into some other crew members?
Yes, but it's a flesh wound. I'll live.
And you didn't, of course, come into contact with anything organic yet unnatural.
I mean, that shambler we downed earlier was getting quite nasty looking. I think Jinx did a pretty good job of holding everything at bay with a flamethrower.
But and from her wounds, it's a usually does not spell predict a good end to have one of those things touch or get near an open wound.
Well, we at least had
Well-
it patched up with the duct tape before we encountered that. So
Good, good. Well, I'm glad to see you've all returned.
well, we're going to. No offense, because we don't know your status. Honestly, we don't really know Jinx's status either. But we've got to come up with a plan because we need fuel, and fuel lines they're all buggered up. And I'm
I
sure
see.
you're with us in the fact that we'd really like to get off this ship sometime soon.
Yes, yes. I certainly.
Do you happen to know if the bridge and the engineering bay are like turned into like separate factions? Are they still around?
Oh, they're still around, yes. Indeed.
Hmm. We're just looking at a little bit of a situation of either getting them to work together or completely improvising a hot wiring system. And I don't reckon we're going to get them to work together, are we?
Mhm. I mean, it would be an impressive feat to get them to work together. They've been well, the Bridge faction has been trying to put an end to the engineers since this whole thing started.
I see. I mean, do you think do you think the enticement of being able to leave this ship would at least let one of the factions help us?
My other worry there is if we start giving the option to leave, everyone's going to want to leave now, and we can't quarantine that many people. And I don't think they're going to take no for an answer.
Well, I mean, the only issue is if we find them and then we explain that we need them and the bridge to release the software, or honestly, if the engineers know how to override it themselves, then we
Did,
can have them override it.
did you meet those individuals we dealt with back there? I think a year of starvation and running from mushroom zombies have got most of these people beyond logic and reason.
Yeah,
I
I
think if we
mean,
can fix this without them knowing we're fixing it, it's going to be better for us. The best way we can
well,
help them is get the hell off this thing.
we'll try our best to see if we can do it without them. regardless. Let's get Jinx in that new vaccine.
You have a thermometer in your medical bag.
Of course.
Would you like to take my temperature?
Happy to. And I'll hold up the thermometer and take its temp.
It's normal.
It looks normal. You not feeling well?
No, I feel fine. I'm just trying to alleviate your concerns that I'm infected.
I don't have any too great of concerns. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be against you even being in our airlock. Just a bit of a safety precaution for the time being. Make sure you're taken care of and stuff. Apologize. I know it's not the best of conditions, but I feel like it still has to be an upgrade over what you were in.
It is. It is. Yes. I understand. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Jinx, you okay dropping that vac suit here?
Of
Going to your
course.
room, showering down?
Whatever the doctor says. I will drop the vac suit, go straight to my room, and wash down.
All right. Egg salad.
And should the rest of us head to the bridge and pull up the schematics of that ship with the fuel systems?
Yep.
Cool. What are you looking for?
um, basically just, I guess, looking it over, trying to see how the valve structure of it works. Like, are we going to have to bypass multiple valves? Is there one valve we could bypass and it gets everything going? Does the system need back pressure, or is it good once you release a valve? Is there innate back pressure there?
Gotcha. So I think pressure. Yeah. So I think there's enough. There's enough like back pressure. The trouble is there's no like actual like valves that you can turn on your own. The valves are all like electronically controlled. Uh, so which I mean I guess it would just be a matter of like accessing the specific consoles, but there are multiple valves spread throughout the fuel system itself, right? Um, Throughout the lines, starting out in, let's see, where is, like, one sec here. Starting at. This would be focus ping. The field processor's down here, so technically the flop would be this. 11 down here. These field processors, which is the lowest deck, I believe, of the ship. One of the lowest decks of the ship. Operations pod.
How would we access that area?
Typically, you would go through the flight operations pod via one of the lifts, but flight operations pod has been largely destroyed, so likely you would need the spacewalk and then access. Yeah, so you're probably gonna have to spacewalk.
I guess we're getting used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spacewalking is better than running into shamblers.
Wholeheartedly agree.
And then you're looking at getting to both the PSM's field processors 22 and 22. So both focus ping, and focus ping.
Pretty deep in. Huh?
Yeah. Those are basically the three locations you need to access and control.
Both the 22s.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And how close are these to each other?
The trouble is if you just activate 11 and then send it to 22 and like go, okay, cool, you risk just flooding fuel into like empty space and not into your ship. Which like, yeah, you might get enough fuel into your ship, then you just flood the rest of the fuel into empty space, and there's not enough fuel to power the generators, and these people freeze to death and have no air. Which, if you want to do that, that's okay. But if you want these people the chance to live, then you need to make sure you cut off the fuel at 22, so you're just sending fuel to your ship.
So we do those first.
Then you guys can't look at Wyatt like he's the bad guy.
Okay, so effectively, this fuel reserve is the only thing keeping any sort of life support going on because that's the electricity.
Yeah, exactly. That's powering the generators. Powering the
Yeah.
power plants.
Yeah, but looks like we have to go to both 22s first. So, this fuck. Well, no. There's no guarantee the spores will stop if they don't have access to oxygen.
I mean, they'll certainly stop until they get at their source of oxygen or access to oxygen. I'll be back while you guys chat and plan.
As fucked as it sounds, if we're in a bind, flooding the oxygen or flooding the gas and just plummeting all the oxygen out would effectively neutralize the spores.
Yeah,
I
We
don't
just
really want to do that.
yeah, we're neutralizing all the people with it, but
It's essentially a station or a ship-wide neutralization.
I mean, we can walk to one of the 20 tubes.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, we know where to go, cut a hole, we can access anywhere. We don't have to walk through the entire thing. I'll just have to make sure to charge up before head out. I personally don't want to stay on the ship as long as possible.
Why not? Take a vacation, live a little.
Well, judging by the fact that one bullet nearly caused the complete disaster of one of our crewmates.
I mean, it could.
Sorry, you cut out. So, spacewalk to the first 22.
Is Jinx supposed to be 200 pounds or 200 kilograms?
kilos would be a big puppy.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been
You cut it out again.
worse. Got shot in the
This answer cutting out like great super.
Yeah. Robot.
Roboto out here.
All right, where are you guys going first?
Sorry, Discord just decided to kick me out of the call. But
there you go.
no, I had the microphone in my iffy USB port, so it could have also been that. It works a little over half the time. And this was not one of those times.
Gotcha. Yeah. Where to first?
That was the 22 on our side? Was that what we were doing?
Yeah, I mean, we can go. There's shuttle access right there at 21. So if we spacewalk, we can probably go in there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it. Yeah. So to spacewalk from here, you're gonna have to go out your massive cargo bay doors, right? That's the only other exit. Well, I guess unless you went out your unless you went out your like hangar bay door. Is your airlock's already connected?
Well, how'd we get out the first time?
You went out through
Oh, we use a different
this
shuttle
shuttle
access.
access.
That's right.
Yeah.
I guess we go out our cargo bay door then.
Okay. So yeah, you make sure everything's locked down. Start to vent your cargo bay door, and as you do, there are a bunch of scientists in vac suits hanging out in space, waiting for you.
I kind of awkwardly wave.
They kind of wave back.
How many is out there?
Let's see, how many were in their group? Double check. 12? 13.
We let them on the cargo bay. Tell Oscar to lock it down. And head on out.
Yeah. I'm sure they'd appreciate any moment not being on that ship anymore.
Okay. We got to run and get gas, guys. We'll be back.
All right. Yeah, you definitely gotta give me a back suit check for this to like, you gotta kind of crawl around the ship, get up and on the other ship. Dex
I got a
again.
7.
What stat goes with vac suit?
We're doing Dex.
5.
Oh,
Oh
9.
wait, I forgot. I got a 1 in my dex now. That gives me an 8. Sweet.
Or
oh no.
back at it again.
Your dice really hate spacewalk.
It really does.
What was Lexi in?
9.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys get there, but it takes a really long time just because Jinx and 428 are really struggling. Takes you guys forever to find good footholds and good handholds, but you managed to get there. Probably after like a good 2 hours.
All right, well, we made it there at least.
That brings up a good point. How many hours has it been since I first scanned the ship? Or since I last
For life?
scanned the ship, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. Good
Is it going to
question.
be north of 5?
I think it's at least 6.
Yeah. Yeah, at least
Okay.
6.
Then, am I good to recover all my psi?
Yeah, you don't have to be like actively resting, do you?
No, it just says it starts to regenerate 3 hours after your last use.
Yeah, you're good.
One at a rate of 1 per hour, so I would need 5 hours total.
Yeah, you're good.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, you guys get to the shuttle access point. Into the airlock. And into the ship.
Yep.
All right. And then where to?
Trying to go to 22, aren't we?
You are. So you got to go 21, 20, 24.
Okay. I guess I'll lead the way.
Do it.
Do it.
Already told. Do it. Do it. You open the door into the probe joint to 20 and step through. And yeah, you're good. Head over to the door into the field processor and hit the button. Or I guess, Finn hits the button because he's the one with like the, standard ships access. And it like beep beep, access denied. Beep beep, access denied. Fucking bloody hell. Beep beep, access denied. Engineering staff only.
Engineering
At
staff.
port
on
28,
ass.
I bet you got a laser that says otherwise.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna back your light up.
Is your yeah.
It's like the ways denied my ass. I'm getting in there.
There you go. How long does it take to cut through?
That's a good question.
It's an interior door.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. Cut through.
I guess the question there is the interior door to a fuel processing room blast proof or blast resistant or not.
Probably blast
Yeah.
resistant, yeah.
I mean, it's a laser. I don't know about blast. Here, give me 1 second. I think I'm pretty close to the gear on the thing. Electronics. It's under tools. I know that. Augments. That's armor. Does metal have like an HP threshold, or is it more or less just a check threshold?
No, it doesn't. I mean, you're not gonna make it. You don't have to really make a check either. I was just curious if it said if it had like a.
Oh, I had a timer. I'll find it real quick because I know
Otherwise, I'll just.
somewhere. Survival. Ba, ba, ba.
You can't
Or
find
maybe.
nothing. We could go with like 1D 10 minutes.
I mean, I think it's to take a little longer than that, but I'll make a check for timing.
Cool,
Not
so there we
necessarily
go.
success.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Oh, maybe.
There we are.
Yeah, because then it'd be
So,
max would be 60 minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll do 10 minutes. I guess it makes sense. For a
Okay.
successful check, fail check.
So it says
1D hours is insane.
the only description it states is although cutting through hull armor requires a very long time to make a breach.
Yeah, this isn't whole armor though, but I guess I don't know. Okay, yeah. Will you just give me a straight engineering check
Yeah.
with int? Say 1D 10 minutes for a success, 2D 10 minutes for a failure. Rather than going up to like 1D hours.
Engineering power, blanket engineering.
Just blanket engineering.
Okay.
Or mechanic. Yeah, mechanic
Okay, mechanic, yeah. Just
Yeah.
because of blanket engineering, I would
is
could just
0.
be in,
Yeah.
I believe I have a +2 in engineering, but I gotta double check. Or mechanic, okay, +1. So +2 total. 6, 8, 10. I've been rolling a lot of 10s lately. My God.
Yeah, 1D times 10 minutes.
Hey, 1.
Nice.
So 10 minutes.
Yeah, you cut through it quick. And then there's a big old thunk as the door hits the or clang as the door hits the ground.
Yeah.
You guys are in. I'm in.
I'll also keep track of how many minutes I have left on the labor cutter.
Okay.
Just to make it simpler on you. Should probably also do that for my laser cutter. For my ring. Yeah. After the door, what do we see?
You see all of the like field processor modules lined up, one after another. Consoles to to access them are there as well.
Oh, we get cracking down. Get the try to hotwire them to override their lock. Is this more of a physical mechanic thing? Is this electrical like restarting thing? Just for
I think it's another computers check, electronics computers.
okay. Electronics computers. With int.
Yes.
Hey, boxcars. 14.
Nice. 14, cool. Yeah, you do it. You do it really well, pretty easily. You also learn the system with your boxcars, so you can take a bane. Yeah, you learn it so well that it's actually detrimental. You know it so well, you get complacent. And no, you can take a boon for your next check, or at least for the starboard, or the port. Sorry, the port PSM. Not necessarily the central, but for the port PSM.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with that module, you can take a boon die when you're
Awesome.
doing your computers check for that one. But yeah, you do it, and it's no biggie.
All right, boys. Don't expect the next one to be as fast because that was shockingly quick.
It'll take you 30 minutes, but yeah.
It's still like 10 minutes to get through the door and then 30 minutes to unlock this fuel system. God damn.
Yeah. So yeah, you get like you can hear some clunking underneath your feet, but you know that like as soon as the fuel is released, it will get sent to your ship.
All right, let's get out of here. I don't want to see any stranglers. Go back on a spacewalk. Presumably.
Are we able to walk around to the port PSM? I'm assuming so, right? Like it's a long walk, I'm guessing.
Through space?
Yeah.
Yes and no. So yes, but the trouble is like the all of the shuttle access points have been so damaged that like they no longer function as like the airlocks aren't functional. You can't really access through them. You know that they're like from your flyby. You know that like I'm gonna focus pinging over here. You know that these red spots are hole breaches, so you know that you could get inside the hole, and then either potentially depressurize like from one of the valves, or just like cut through what's it called? I can't think of the word. Bulwark, not bulwark.
Hole?
Yeah, what's the interior hole? What's the interior hole called?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh well, wall, basically the spaceship wall. But yeah. Anyway, but you can't access through the shuttle access points. But yeah, you can spacewalk if you want to.
I mean, we can spacewalk or we can head back up and can we take that gantry across?
That gantry leads to engineering.
Oh, I see what it. Okay, it shows a line to each of those from gantry. I thought it meant that those two connected together.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're two. They go to like these gantries up here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So they sort of connect. We just have to go through that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spacewalk sounds better.
I agree. I think it's a minute, but
All right. Yeah, head back to the airlock. Can I get some vac suit checks?
here we are. A 5.
5. Yay, we're 5 buddies.
I got an 8.
I got a 9.
All right. Yeah, it takes you guys another couple hours to like slowly, crawl your way across the ship. For the 2 5s, literally like sometimes hands and knees, crawling your way across the ship. And yeah, you're go for it.
I like to imagine, because of my unformed body in free space, I kind of just slowly drift apart like an amoeba. And so I'm fighting to like reconstitute myself in this suit and move. So,
Yeah, it's tough.
I
Yeah.
blame my luck from earlier that's making these horrible, horrible rolls right now.
Yeah. So yeah, so when you reach the start or the port PSM, what's your access point? What do you want to do?
um, we're looking at, because we just did this one. We're looking at this one.
Mm-hmm.
Do we just want to hop on the shuttle access and move through 2 rooms, or do we want to try to cut into the hall?
I say we don't run the laser too hard. I mean, as much as I don't want to walk through this thing.
Yeah, we'd have to go recharge it after we cut through.
cutting through the hole of this thing's going to be a beast. I feel like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So walk into this little opening and just hope things go well. At the end of the day, the issue is more or less just that these shamblers are a problem after we kill them.
Yeah, but ideally, if we run into any on the way down, we shoot them down. If we can go through it fairly quickly, then we can get back through before they turn into that other thing we were dealing with.
Yeah, that's true. And if we're lucky, we're in a breached location. I don't think they're actually going to spore if the bodies are left there because they need oxygen to, prosper.
Did you bring your portable airlock, or did you leave it on the ship?
Portable airlock?
Yeah. Did you guys end up buying one or not? I don't think you did. I don't know if you checked or not.
I can't remember if anybody did, it would have been 428.
Yeah.
I don't remember a portable air. There's the air bubble, but no airlock.
Okay. Airlock. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Quick question because this does actually matter for going forward. The little air bubble thing that I had bought, which we had used a while ago, are those reusable or are they one time off?
I wouldn't think so, but the rescue bubble.
Yeah, I'd assume it's a one off, not a reusable.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Okay, I figured not. So I never thought to buy another one, so I don't have one of those.
But yeah. All right. As you guys climb through the hole, we all give me back suit checks again.
A 9.
There we go. Was that a 10? Yeah, there we go.
8.
All right. How about Jinx?
We lose her again and not notice.
Uh-oh. Possibly. Oh,
Uh-oh.
she turned green. Turn green again. Turn green again, but no noise.
Did it already.
Oh,
There was something.
Hello?
there's some.
There's that better.
Yeah.
Yay! I got an 8.
8. Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys all climb through the whole breach without managing to snag your vac suits. That was a good check to pass. Yeah, and so yeah, you're in this section of the hull. Is depressurized, is vacuum. Yeah. What next?
So something I hadn't thought about, guys. We go into the next room. We're going to depressurize it too.
I mean, the shamblers can't survive and 0 pressure locations.
Yeah. We are risking some innocent people being in there, but
That one's gonna survive if we don't.
it is starting to
You
seem
wanna-
that way.
Only thing we can truly do is call
Nice
out
body
through the
work.
door.
Okay. So yeah, you guys gonna open the door and go in?
I think so. Unless anyone has any other thoughts.
I mean, if the door will just open, if we can go through quick enough, we close it before we fully depressurize.
Is it safe to assume the door is going to be under too much pressure to close, or do you think it can close?
It's an iris valve, so it should be able to try to shut. Yeah, it should shut.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, we'll do it quick.
Okay. Yeah, you try to hit open, and the emergency protocols are in place, recognizing that there is vacuum on one side, and it doesn't want to open.
That sounds about right. Well, we can make it open.
How much time do you have on that laser?
I have another 50 minutes if we're going based on time it takes to cut.
Well, if we cut through this door, if I remember the schematics left right, then we have to cut through another door, and then we'd have to cut through another door, and then we'd have to cut through another door.
I see.
Is there any way to bypass that emergency protocol?
Possibly, you could try.
Mechanic? Well,
That'd be a computer's check, right?
Your computers, yeah. You could try computers to just like override it. You could try sensors to like spoof the sensor readings, say like it's false reading. Yeah.
I'd probably have I think I'd have a +3 if we went the sensors route. Yeah, +3. I think we can do that. Let me see that 428. Let's see if we can glitch these sensors out.
yeah, sure thing.
Give me sensors, your electronic sensors. Int.
Yeah, and just to make sure that goes well, I'm going to go ahead and throw in another 2 luck. So that gives me a +5. And I needed it because I rolled a 3.
Shit. Yeah.
I got an 8.
8. Nice. Perfect. Yeah. I feel like it's a real goofy like kind of space opera like solution too. Like you unplug briefly, you kind of or I guess you like, okay, come on, got enough oxygen in my helmet to last this briefly. You like unplug your like the one of the tubes from your vac suit, find the actual like pull off the instrument panel from the door, find the sensor, and just like hold the sensor up to the oxygen tube long enough for the sensor to tick over and the thing to go away. Quickly open the door, plug your thing in, and you guys all give me athletics dexterity checks to try to jump in quickly, and then close the door.
An 8?
Ooh, boxcar.
Nice.
It's a 14.
Yeah, you have to dive in last because you're holding your thing up to the.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got a 10.
Nice.
What are we rolling for?
Athletics dexterity to dive through the door.
Oh God.
Yeah, with
Okay.
dexterity.
A 6.
All right. So you're a little slow, but with Gino's boxcars, he just like rugby tackles you through the door, and the door like shuts really fast. Oops, let's turn off my monitor briefly. Turn back on, you bastard. There it goes. The door like closes really rapidly as it like realizes that nope, I was wrong. There's no atmosphere on this side of the door. And you do hear a little bit of screaming coming from this side of the room, as there were some people in here from somewhere amongst the Where are these missile bays? Interesting. So I don't know. So somebody was camping out in these missile bays.
Well, people means probably no shamblers.
All right. I'm putting a shield up. There's people. I'm just precautionary.
Yeah, how about we stay tight to the wall to walk around the outside of the room?
Yeah. Do we want to announce our presence or keep on the top one?
We're just keeping on. If somebody comes up to us, we'll deal with them then.
All right. Sounds good. Continue marching onward.
All right. You're heading to 21. You saw you said.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. You you hit the door open to 21, and the so the power plants, they're huge, right? And they kind of tower above you in this like basically reaching the ceilings in this room, and um almost as if like the cabling for like a cabled bridge reaching down like from multiple of them into the center of this room, holding up this like protoplasmic fleshy bulb. It's just in the center of this room. You just see this like fungal mass, and then across the floor is this carpet of fungus, and you can see what looks like some of those shamblers, but just like pieces of them, like a head, or what was a head is now like a mushroom cap, and maybe a resemblance of a nose and a chin and an arm, and more fungus carpet and more tendrils reaching out between other bits of power plant, as this room just seems to have been, seems to slowly being taken over by this this thing.
Close the door. Close the door.
It's not too late to just there's someone in here. But if we can get this person out of here, we can just flood the entire thing with zero G.
We could.
Because the issue is, we can be in there for a little bit of time, but we don't know how long it's going to take for me to do everything I need to. And if that thing starts to get aggressive, we gotta go stat.
Well, we just have to get through that room, though. So that's not the room
I'd
we need
hate
to
for
be in.
I hate for our only exit to be this giant ass.
What if we cut a hole in the wall from 18 to 20?
Yeah. Okay. So, thinking through, this is the room that had 0G, correct?
Sorry, I looked away. Which one? Yeah.
We entered this room,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a mass in here.
In this room, in 21.
In this room, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we entered here. We heard a scream, and here's the fleshy mass, and this little bit is our access.
No, it's 22 over here.
22.
So you got to get to 20
I see.
and then 22.
I see. Okay, yeah. So we can go around.
So if we cut a hole right there.
Yeah. That's totally doable. Let's just make sure that door is locked and cannot be opened.
We just have to hope
All right.
20 doesn't look the same way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least there's a singular doorway that they can come through. We can bottleneck them. And just to let y'all know, whenever I form my big riot shield for my extending gauntlet, it does include a slit for a firing deck. So you can shoot through well behind total cover.
Nice.
But yeah, let's cut through 20 and 18 and see what we can manage.
All right. Yeah, will you give me another mechanics check?
Oh, that's not so good.
Bulkhead.
6.
That's the word.
Bulkhead. Okay,
Ah,
you
yeah.
were right the first time.
Bulkhead. What was it?
Yeah,
6?
6.
All right. You were looking at 60 minutes.
Okay. I'm 10. Are we going based on like if it takes X amount of minutes and I have an hour amount of fuel or charge? Are we going based on that? Like I have a presumably an hour or
How many do you have? Does it have charge to it?
Laser drill 127. Yeah. There we go. Should be here. Oh, I mean, it's a backpack power supply. How much do we think a backpack or power supply gives? Probably more an hour, now that I think about that.
Yeah, you're probably all right.
Okay.
So yeah, you're into 20.
Yeah. Is it just 60 or is it one of the D times 6?
I rolled 2D. It was 5 and 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we're taking an hour back. Any fun shenanigans happening?
Yeah, you open up into this room and it seems relatively quiet. Seems.
Don't see any issues with flashlights. Cool. Hey, continue. Let's continue marching forward.
All right. Yeah. You reach the door for 22, and it's the same problem. No access for non-engineering staff.
Let me introduce you to my university.
Go for it.
Ah, that's much better. 11.
All right, 30 minutes.
Well, this laser cutter was a great purchase, y'all.
Yeah.
Certainly coming in handy.
As he's cutting, the door from 21 opens,
Oh,
and you hear the kind of like thwack stepping of this shambling thing walking toward you guys.
how far into my cutting does this happen?
Probably 15 minutes into it, halfway through it.
Ugh. Hey guys, I'm gonna just keep on cutting so we can do this quickly. Just do not let those things pile up.
Okay.
What are you guys doing as it's walking towards you?
I mean, I
Well,
can stunner it again.
Yeah. Why don't we roll initiative?
9.
8.
11.
10.
Horse. Of course. A horse is a horse. Okay. Gino.
So how far are we away from this thing? 'Cause
Uh,
it's hard to tell how big that room is, but I'm feeling like that 3 of those squares are pretty damn big.
well, yeah, one square is 5 tons. Um,
So we're
normally
at least over 25 meters then, right?
I think so. One square is normally like what, half a ton or one, I think.
I think so. Yeah, half a ton.
Yeah.
So it'd be 10 squares.
Yeah.
And one of these.
Yeah.
So it'd be, what, 30 of the normal squares?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I'm just going to shoot it in the head
Okay. With your
with my bullpup.
okay.
A 9.
All right. Give me your damage.
That's a lot of low numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8. And I did 11 damage.
11. You shoot it, and like, yeah, you see from, like you said, what, like 30 squares. What is that? That's
Gonna be like 50
1.5
meters.
meters. Yes, yeah, right, because it's 1.5 meters per
Yeah.
square. From 50 meters, where you shoot it in the head, you see like a massive chunk of its head fly away, and it just kind of and just keep walking towards you, almost like it felt like barely anything. You said 11.
Yep.
Okay.
45 meters.
Yeah. 45.
Um.
All right.
Guess that's it for me. I'll just yell out, "That didn't drop it. Somebody dropped the thing," and that'll be the end of my turn.
Jinx.
I'm gonna try. We'll see how well that goes. Oh, let me try.
You can try what? You cut out.
Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna try reading off the new fancy Excel sheet for
Gotcha.
this. See if it's easier for me. Yes. 7. So that's a 10 to hit.
Go for it.
$13 stunner damage.
Well, you can't shoot from that far away with your stunner.
What's the range on your
Really?
stunner?
It is.
Like either 10 or
it's
15.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah. How far away?
45
Like 45.
meters.
Yeah.
You can mow it down with the gap. I think it's got that much range.
What is the range on that thing? No, it says like 18. I don't think it has that higher
Is
range.
that really all
either.
it is? I thought it had a longer range.
Let me see. Jinx. Oh, range 50. What the fuck am I looking at? Yeah, I'll bring the gat out and just shoot the thing down with it. Because it's going to be great. I will re-roll. Let me try some new dice. See if that works better.
Well, you got to roll for each. If you're going full auto, you got to roll for each one.
Oh, no. I'm not going to go crazy. 7. That's a 9.
All right. Yeah. +1 to your damage.
Yay. So that's a 3. Wow, that's horrible. 5. It does have penetrate though. Does that do anything?
Maybe.
Okay.
What's the penetrate on
Yeah,
it?
that's it. +1.
Yeah, you shoot at it, and the bullets just seem to like boom, boom, and just like burrow into its flesh, and it just kind of keeps coming.
Damn it.
428. He's cutting.
Yeah, I'm cutting unless it looks like they need me.
Cool. Lexian.
I'm capped at 20 meters,
Okay.
so I'm gonna
Well,
stick
you can shoot
close.
further than that, I think, can't you? Or do you just get minus DM?
It's a stunner carbine.
Ah,
The other one is the cannon, and that's at 12. I chose not to be long range on this one, so I'll probably be doing nothing this time other than like aiming.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah. All right. He's going to take 3 minor actions and move 9 meters. So that puts it at 36 meters.
Yep.
Away.
correct.
yep.
Cool. Gino.
Well, let's try another shot. An 8.
8. All right. Get your damage.
Well, that looks a little better. 14. Not much better, but a little better.
Yeah. Same thing. You shoot. It takes a big chunk out of this time, like its shoulder. It like boom. and then just keeps like, trying to like run at you, but it's like, its body is just so like kind of wobbly that it's like running in a really weird way.
Um. Oh, yell to Jinx. Go all out with that damn thing, Jinx. That'd be the end of my turn.
All right, Jinx.
All right. Let me double check. So it's auto 3. Does that mean 3 shots in one go?
Yep,
Yep.
and then 6. Is it 6 rounds?
Yep.
6
No,
points of
it's 3
ammunition.
rounds per shot, so it will use 9 rounds total.
9. Okay.
I remember because her magazine's I think 18, so she gets 2 rounds of
18.
full
Yep.
auto.
Gotcha.
All right. I guess I'll go full auto on this bitch and try to hit it 9 times. Which is gonna be crazy.
You just gotta roll for 3.
3 of them. Okay. The first one is ho ho ho. I got a 2. Is this an energy weapon? It is, right? The Gatling gun, handgun.
No, it's a slug.
Oh, okay. Well, I rolled 2 6s. God, that never fucking happens. So that's a 14
All
to
right.
hit with that one. Do you want me to
Oh.
just do all the hits first and then do all the damage?
No, let's do hit and damage so we can keep track of the effect. So that's plus 6 to your damage.
Thank God. So I rolled a 3 plus 6, so that's 9 for the first go round.
Mm-hmm.
7 for the second round.
Well, you got to roll. You have to roll to hit for each shot, each one of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That because then
okay,
the and now I'm doing the second hit. Yeah. So yeah, the second hit is 7. Does that hit, sir?
No, it's always 8.
Always 8. Okay. Let me just push those dice off to the side. And for the third hit, let me see. Oh, 8 exactly. Look at that.
There you go.
And that's 5 damage.
All right. Cool. So yeah, you shoot a bunch of shots downrange. They're just, it's just running, and a bunch of shots land into its belly, but it just keeps coming. Keeps coming. Keeps on coming. 428.
All right. How close is this thing?
36 meters.
36 meters.
You've still got a little bit of time.
Well, each round is 6 seconds. I have 15 minutes. I think I'm better off just turning around and shooting this thing.
We don't know if more keep coming out though.
Yeah, just if you're right. All right, I'm gonna keep on cutting until this
All
thing
right.
gets like within 15 meters of me. I'll just keep cutting.
Lexian.
Hold on, wait a second.
Give me a second.
Yeah, if he moves 9 a turn, bring him down to 27. I would only need to move 7. That would still take all 3 minor actions.
Man, I think it was 9. That's all it has.
I guess I'll just stay and continue aiming.
All right. Yeah, it's going to move to 27 meters. Gino.
Oh, I'm getting irritated with this thing. That's a 13.
All right.
So that's plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I misjudged the distance. I didn't realize he was going to be as far away as he is. You have to do any damage.
21.
All right. Yep, he's dead.
Nice.
Yeah, you finally managed to blow his head off, and it finally just falls to the ground, slumps.
Everybody reload just in case.
As 12 more of them come out of the wall. No. No. Yeah. Everyone reloads. If 15 minutes more go by. Fortunately, it gets through the wall. Do you guys want to do anything in those 15 minutes though, besides reload?
Actually, can someone secure that door?
Yeah, basically. Secure the door.
Oh yeah, like me as I'm cutting, I'm like, can someone like close that door and make sure it does not open again? Last thing we need is another one of those things scrolling through while we're inside this building or this next room.
All of a sudden, one of them is right upon you and has just stabbed two of you.
Michael Myers bar.
No, I don't think anyone's gonna secure the door for you. Sorry, 428.
I will go secure the door.
Ooh, brave Jinx is gonna go up to the door.
I was
I'm gonna
talking
try
on
my
mute.
best.
Ah,
Likely
At the very-
excuse.
Yeah,
What
I
were you
was
saying?
gonna say I would
Close it.
go.
Uh-huh.
so you guys are going up to the door toward 21.
Yes, the two of us.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess if I'm seeing them do that, I'm like taking a knee and aiming my fucking gun at the door.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, you guys get up to the door. How are you securing the door?
Seeing if we could close and lock it from this side.
Okay. Yeah, it's closed already. But to lock it, do you want to give me an electronics computers check? Does one of you have computers?
I do.
Yeah, with int.
With int. All right, +2. That was an 8 + 2, 10.
Nice. Yeah, you don't have like those sorts of admin privileges, but you managed to kind of like use a backdoor to at least put it on a temporary lockdown. So yeah, the door is at least temporarily locked. And yeah, 15 minutes go by. Fortunately, it gets the door cut open. Get into the processor. You want to get that all set up?
Hey, you can use your boom.
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 It's a power check. What type of check is it?
It was it computers, electronics computers?
Oh, computers. Okay. With my boom, and the boom is
Yeah.
just a replacement, correct?
3D dropped the lowest. Yeah.
Awesome. Boxcars for a total of 14.
Nice. Cool. Boxcars again?
Yeah.
That's what you got. That's what you got in the previous one too. Okay, cool. So yeah, so you're super familiar with just the field processing systems in this. So next session, when you get to the field processors at 11, you can have another boon. So you might want to write that down in your notes.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
Awesome.
And yeah, we
Excellent.
will end it there.
Yay!
You guys are about to finish up the endeavor. 2 weeks from now is the 20th. Is the 20th? Is that when you're out
I
of
will
town,
be
aren't you?
busy. Yes, I will be
Okay.
out of state in Columbus.
Gotcha.
So I will not be here on the 20th.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I don't know. What do we want to do? Do we want to finish up this? Do we want to wait for a week or so? What does everyone want to do?
I mean, I'm good going either way. I don't know how much more we've got. You feel like we've got left to do on the ship, and
Not much. I mean, I think that probably. It sounds like if you guys are just trying to get fuel and get off, then most likely that's what we'll end up doing.
so we'll probably. I mean, next episode is probably going to be a talky heavy one then. So it's up to. I guess it's whether Jinx wants to be there or not, or she wants to drink more hot chocolate when she gets back on the ship.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. If you guys think you could do it without me, do it without me. I don't want to hinder the game.
I think the only question would be how much resistance would be between us and the lower deck.
Mm-hmm. No, I think you guys have avoided the big combat path. Spoiler alert! I think you guys avoided the big combat paths. you guys have
What? Spacewalking around the entire ship?
yeah. You guys have said, "Nah, we're not going to go battle these big cluster things and collect core samples." You guys have decided to not take on the big combat path. So yeah, which is not like throwing shade. I'm just saying like that's so.
After seeing one of those things and the infections, you've established the danger.
That's not even a cluster. That wasn't even a cluster. That was just
I know!
some bog standard.
That's what's scary.
Some bog standard fungus. That's just your average, locker room shower, athlete's foot. But yeah, I mean, it'd probably be some talkies, getting the ship back to Zuflect. Maybe kind of getting the ball rolling on whatever comes next, that sort of stuff. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, we'd always do it, and if we get to anything critical, just end early.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. We want to do the 20th then?
Yep.
Alrighty. Cool. That down. Are you going to a like a convention in Columbus?
Yep.
Nice.
Should be a good time.
Good.